opportunity to welcome all of you this morning. Already we have adopted this program. We know what is happening today. We are having a hectic day. Without much ado, hopefully the relevant ministers are part of this session. And all the members, I can see you have logged in. If we're physical, I was going to be doing it differently, but because we're on the virtual platform, as we go along, we'll be able, as members of this committee, to do the introduction. As I welcome all of you, let me indicate to the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Ngungubele, that this is the Ad-Hoc committee dealing with the flood relief and recovery of the joint committees of Parliament. We've got members of the National Council of Provinces and members of the National Assembly, given the task as adopted by both houses, and we do have clear agreed terms of reference. Without much ado, Honorable Minister, we expect you to take us through, and your team, with the recovery plan and some measures that has been done in KZN. We've adopted a program that will be taking us to KZN this coming Friday, and spending the weekend and Monday. That will make us to have a better sense. It's so difficult to understand that there are some still challenges that happened because of the rains we experienced the past 2 days and the part of last night. And we have seen some disturbing situation. But with the information that we are going to present to us, it will make us to have a better sense, so that when we get to KZN and honorable members are ready to engage today, so that when we even get to KZN, we are going to be able to do our work efficiently and effectively without compromising anything that has to do with quality, that at the end of the day will be adopted by Parliament in playing our part in doing effective oversight. Let me allow you, Honorable Minister, and it's up to you to indicate to us people that will be supporting you in doing the presentation. Honorable Minister Ngungubele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Nyambi, and the co-chair, Honorable Frolic. Am I correct?
You are correct, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of the Ad-Hoc committee from both houses. I am accompanied, so I greet all the honorable members and all the stakeholders who may happen to be part of the meeting. And I want to greet the minister if he is already here, if she is already here, Minister Nkosazana, who are working together, and her team. By the way, we've been trying to ensure that we work as seamless as possible together. So having said that, I have got a team that is led, Honorable Chair, by TTG Kwatri Mashamba. Our presentation will be dealing with background and context analysis of the causal factors, coordination and institutional arrangement, the contribution of the DPME in the process. In other words, we'll be making an overview of how do we come in. The DG is not around. The DG is on the ground because we want to combine what we get from reports with what we experience physically. So the DG is traversing KZN as we speak now to be on the ground with the DG of what to call of housing, to make sure that we try to actually escalate where we can. Upfront, Honorable Chair, and I think even the President said this last Sunday when he was speaking in Durban, that one of the challenges of this development, the heaviest ever in terms of the millimeters of rain, and almost unprecedented, is that we just have not been ready in terms of our response. So in other words, we're trying to catch up with all the gaps we have discovered in as far as our readiness is concerned. But we're here to present to the committee our overview and ready to be cancelled by this portfolio committee and members of parliament, and committed to improve wherever we have to. If the chairperson so allow, I'll ask DDG Mashamba to take us through on the report, on the overview of the DPME. Godfrey?
Thank you, the Minister, and greetings to...
Maybe just as a second, sorry. Sorry, Chair, if you don't mind. I'm advised that provinces are invited. May I also take this opportunity to acknowledge and greet the entire leadership of the provinces? And we've been working together with the provinces, and we've been engaging in particular with the Premier of KZN, where the main issue, the main disaster seems to be taking place. And my apology for I ignored that. Thank you, Chair. Godfrey, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Ad-Hoc Committee, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, colleagues. I hope the slides are showing.
They are.
They are showing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. I am going to present, as the Minister has indicated, this being an overview, an initial overview of government's immediate response in terms of the invitation that the Ad-Hoc Committee has extended of the government's response to the recent floods across the country. The presentation covers the areas that the Minister has indicated, and as background and context to highlight on this page is that there were floods that took place across the country, and following that, the President addressed the nation on the 18th of April, and then the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs issued a gazette declaring the national state of disaster. The declaration of this national state of disaster, in effect, confers the responsibility for coordination and management of the disaster to the national executive. And that requires all organs of state to provide necessary support that will strengthen whatever the existing structures are in implementing the contingency arrangements to ensure that there is immediate relief and then the recovery from the disaster that has been so declared. We have seen different spheres of government making pronouncements and outlining their interventions. Also, in the same light, social partners have done the same. They've come on board. There has been work to assess the extent of the damage, preliminary work that was done, and that work still continues. There is work that's underway still now on assessing and reassessing and also verifying some of the estimates. This slide paints a picture that the disaster of floods did not only happen in KZN, but it also took place, affected Northern Cape, the Northwest, and the Eastern Cape. And there are various estimates of the extent of the damage. But besides the humanitarian needs arising from the damages, there's also damage to property, businesses, issues of fuel shortages that have been experienced, supply value chain disruption, and some of these things over time they have actually been attended to. But problem still remains with the psychosocial challenges to help the people cope with the circumstances. But besides looking at the damage caused by the floods, the DPME has reflected on this and said I think as the minister has outlined, that there are causal factors that may have exacerbated the extent of the flood, but also if certain things were done in a particular way or differently, maybe the extent of the flood damage could have been lesser than what we see now. Problems that we have identified in this area are issues of rapid urban development without climate change risk mitigation design protocol, issues around the poor or no compliance with spatial planning regulations in terms of human settlement in certain places, the issues around the poor planning and design of certain infrastructure, poor maintenance, and poor construction quality of certain infrastructure that we have seen. And also issues around land invasion play in this space as well. All these things, these factors collectively, plus others that may not have been mentioned here, requires that planning for intervention on the disaster need to take these things on board to design more sustainable ways of human settlement in particular, and also issues around infrastructure build and the maintenance as such. Just as background, again, is that under the stewardship of the Minister of COGTA, there are coordination structures that have been established at a national level and also at the level of the province. Starting from the interministerial level, there are structures that involve DGs from across departments of government, supported by technical task teams, about 8 technical task teams looking at various thematic areas that are important for the management of the disaster response. And the president, in his address, announced the 3-phased approach to the overall government response and recovery, which includes the immediate humanitarian relief, which really deals with the very, very pressing issues of how do we respond to issues of now, ensuring that all the affected persons are safe and that their basic needs are met. This includes attention paid to people that have lost their homes, for example. How do you accommodate them safely and make sure that their basic needs are met? Followed by the stabilization and recovery, the rehousing of people who have lost their homes and restoring of provision of services. And then over a longer term is the rehabilitation and reconstruction, focusing on building back better, for instance. Of those phases that have been announced, which some of the activities happen concurrently, there is a range of interventions that are in place or that are being administered by various departments of government, and also some that are run at the level of the provinces with coordination that's happening through the various coordination structures that have been set. For example, the search and rescue work, water and sanitation provision, restoration of roads and clearing of roads to enable access to places, issues around human settlement, social development, education, making sure that kids access schools, provision of health services, provision of home affairs issues in terms of people that have lost their IDs, how do they get replacement for their documentation, and then other issues that are a series of other interventions in place. Now, the contribution of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to the overall disaster management effort is informed by the statement that we made during the introduction, that all government departments or state entities need to see how they can contribute to this. But from the DPME, drawing from its mandate, there's work that department does in ensuring that there are integrated plans, there are realistic and sound plans, and also that there is a system to monitor that interventions are being achieved, and then also to evaluate the effectiveness of those interventions, whether they are achieving what they are meant to do. And beyond all this, to facilitate interventions that will make sure that there are corrective measures put in place. But then with all this in mind, DPME has actually positioned itself to provide the relevant support in guiding the planning work that happens in this area, how to make adjustments to the plans, and also how to set up systems for monitoring and evaluation of the whole intervention portfolio. And DPME also does independent work, undertakes independent work of commenting on the plans that exist, of also monitoring, including the site visits, to make sure that we know what's happening on the ground. We analyze what's happening, what's being reported, whether we are actually making progress. We also send people to the ground to assess what is actually taking place. And also, in the same light, supporting the executive, given that this work needs to be coordinated at the central level. Now, we've already indicated that there are various structures that have been set up. DPME is represented in all those structures, including at the ministerial level. There is regular meetings between the minister in the presidency and minister and COGTA. At the DG level, there is the National Joint Flood Coordination Committee, which the DG DPME is represented, supported by colleagues there, who sit in the 8 technical task team that support this national effort, but also a structure that has been established led by the DG of Presidency, which has been called upon by the president to keep an eye on making sure that monies that are deployed and resources that are deployed to assist with the disaster effort are actually utilized for what they were meant to do. DPME participates in that structure together with other structures that are defined in the terms of reference of that committee. I would request my colleague, Dr. Annette Grizel, to come in and speak around what DPME has been doing to support the planning, budgeting, and funding issues. Dr. Grizel.
Thank you, DDG Mashamba, and good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Ministers, and Deputy Ministers. I'll just touch on the main planning-related issues. So we have 2 key roles as DPME in relation to planning. Firstly, to provide support in the development of a coherent and integrated plan to respond to the flood disaster. And secondly, to ensure that there's proper alignment and integration of these disaster response plans within the existing government planning system, including at a national and provincial level, and to facilitate the necessary adjustments where these are required. Next slide. This just gives an overview of some of the prescripts that govern the budgeting and funding issues. I won't cover those because those are, I do understand that the committee will be meeting with National Treasury, which is obviously the custodian of this, together with the NDMC. Next slide. So DPME, in terms of the PFMA and the revised framework for strategic plans, should provide direction on the processes and conditions for the revision and the retabling of the 22-23 APPs. And these would obviously take into account the interventions in response to the flood disaster. We did have consultations with the planning officials of the offices of the Premier in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest, together with National Treasury to discuss the approach. We subsequently issued Circular 5 of 2022 to provide guidance to national and provincial institutions in KZN, Eastern Cape and Northwest, as well as obviously the national departments on the revision and the retabling of the APPs, and where applicable to incorporate the implementation of the response to the national state of disaster. And these interventions would obviously also be linked to the plans which are being discussed and monitored within the disaster management structures, and linked to the 3 phases which DDG Mashamba has already outlined. Next slide. Now, some of the interventions that we have provided support would be to assist in ensuring that as we undertake this planning, that it obviously would take into, it would be a results-based planning methodology, taking into account the diagnostic, the quantum of the damage and so on, and what needs to be done, and then planning ahead in terms of the results that we need to achieve in the short, in the immediate and the short and medium term. So obviously the immediate interventions are underway. Planning for phases 2 and 3 is also underway. I've spoken about the circular, and then providing support for affected departments and provinces on the planning matters, including the provincial plans and the institutional plans. We have already embarked on the planning and budgeting cycle for 23-24. We already have the draft budget prioritization framework, which I will come to. So obviously the disaster response would need to be addressed within that context, because we will not achieve all the rehabilitation in the current financial year. Next slide. There are certain issues that also need to be refined in terms of the issues of setting proper targets and indicators and timeframes, both in the immediate but also in the next 2 phases. And then, refining the issue of collaboration and interdependencies between departments. That has also been supported through the task teams of the National Joint Flood Coordinating Committee, so that departments can plan together and collaborate together around results and outcomes. Next slide. This just goes into the content of the Circular 5 that is available. So I'm not going to go through everything, but I think the honourable members would be familiar with this, and it's in terms of the revised framework on strategic plans and APPs, and it affects national institutions as well as provincial institutions. Next slide. It looks at the processes to be followed in revising both the strategic plan as well as the APPs. And obviously there needs to be an alignment between the adjustment of the APPs with the budget adjustment processes. Next slide. And then it also looks at the issues around the revised annual targets, including quarterly targets, and how this will then also impact on the reporting system. So the revised targets will then be captured on the DPME electronic quarterly performance reporting system. Next slide. The revised plans should also be published on the institution's websites and should also be shared with the legislatures, DPME and offices of the Premier and Treasuries, and would be subject to auditing by the Auditor General. And then this will obviously also impact on the annual reporting system. In terms of the budget prioritization framework, it would be also looking at the context of the 3 phases, immediate relief, and then support for stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction, And then the medium-term priorities, which would also be addressed within the 2023 budget prioritization framework, would include the repair and rebuilding of public infrastructure, including schools, health facilities, and housing, restoration of economic infrastructure, including ports, bridges, roads, and rail networks, support for businesses, especially SMMEs, agriculture, retail, manufacturing, and that would also include informal sector, and then optimization of social support and public employment programs, and then critically also building resilience to better prevent and respond to future disasters. And departments will then be requested to prioritize these interventions as part of their budget submissions for the upcoming budget process. And that would also be then part of their 23-24 annual performance plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krizel. Honorable members, we'll go now to the monitoring and evaluation system, wherein the department provides support in developing and implementing systems to monitor, to track implementation of intervention, whether they are being implemented, the results that are being achieved, and the way in which we facilitate timely corrective measures to ensure accountability, transparency, and also as a way of enhancing public trust. There's work that's done on monitoring the relevant structures, because we are also concerned about the capability of the state to respond quickly to events like this, but also the speed with which that is done to make sure that there's timely intervention that have the right impact. This capacity support that is provided, there's a slide where we'll highlight this, but also conducting frontline monitoring visits to assess experiences of communities in terms of receiving the required support and tracking of the results. The picture at the bottom of the slide is what guides our thinking around the tracking of the results, because everything that's done must lead to certain results, which is then reflected in the next slide. And this particular formation or articulation is also informing the way that the engagement between DPME and COGTA is going in repackaging the interventions to understand the results that we are trying to achieve with the intervention. Firstly, on the input side, that there must be clear accountability of the type of resources that are being deployed to the whole intervention. In terms of government funding, the capacity support that has been provided, including what other provinces and municipalities have actually provided, for example, in the KZN region, for the rescue search effort, the contribution by development finance institution, the non-government sector, and the in-kind support contribution. Things have to be clear in terms of who has contributed what and when. And there's engagements that have taken place around how to better understand the donor contributions that are being made, and whether important questions around how to ensure that these donor funding and donor contribution are equitably distributed in communities that have needs. There is a proper balance of that. Contribution of the international sector as well. But also the whole list of activities on what is being done. This is about tracking that what has been promised that it be done actually gets done, and the kind of outputs that are achieved. For example, the restoration of essential services. For example, water, opening of roads, restoration of telecommunication networks, whether people are actually getting the social relief of distress where they should, what is the uptake across that. And then on the results area is when we are trying to assess whether things are getting back to normality, and businesses are actually operating. People are kids are going to school. Those kind of things. This is the articulation that COGTA has also adopted in structuring the reporting mechanism. Now, we're going into specific examples of what has actually been happening on the ground. The DG DPME engaged with KZN Province, DG, and also Department of Science and Innovation, where in week 1, to assess the capabilities there, it was agreed at that stage that the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, apologies, the spelling mistake there, CSIR, has been brought on board starting from the 21st of April to build an information system that integrates various data initiatives that were in place so that it can provide a regular report to support strategic oversight and decision-making by various structures at national and also local level. That system has been developed, and it's going to be supporting the oversight structures and coordination structures with regular reports and information, plus also support communications and providing information to the public and enhancing transparency. And there's already consideration at this stage that how can this be replicated in the Eastern Cape, Northwest, and also Northern Cape to see how we can standardize indicators for reporting progress and on the disaster interventions. And then the scoping work that's taking place around frontline and citizen monitoring visits, where we'll be doing spot checks on temporary shelters, and also to understand citizen feedback on how they're accessing and experiencing the interventions of government. At the bottom of the screen, we put a picture there that shows that whereas we go to the sites, this system has been tested very well recently with the COVID-19 interventions. You go and assess what's actually happening on the ground. There are good things that are happening which become recorded as good practice for replication and scaling up, but also where there is poor performance, that is noted, but speedily escalated to the relevant authority to attend to them. And where alternative interventions required, that gets mobilized. Sometimes you find that things don't happen because of decision-making problems, poor delegation, and things that can be resolved through meetings. So that's facilitated. Sometimes it's that things are just not known. So we bring this to the attention of the relevant authorities to attend to. As will be seen as the result of the minister's intervention. Minister visited KZN, Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Pungubele, visited KZN and engaged with the province on the 5th of May. In that visit, the minister engaged various departments, also visited, engaged with the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also visited the Port of Durban, Prince Misheni Memorial Hospital, and sent a team to Umlazi to visit some places, social sector places there, including a school at Imizweni High School. As an outcome of that intervention, because there were a number of discussions that were taking place with various officials. A summary is provided in this slide to say there was a water supply challenge at Prince Misheni Hospital. Certain critical operations couldn't take place in the hospital just because of lack of water. But immediately with the interventions that took place, by Monday the 9th, water supply had been restored. There was a intermittent supply, but it was insufficient. The water pressures to supply the hospital was not sufficient for them to perform certain things. But on the 9th, we got a report from the CEO that water has been restored. And a week later, they even confirmed that water supply indeed restored, but then sustained. So things have stabilized and they have gone back into full operation in that space. Then another case of the KZN Provincial Pharmaceutical Supply Depot. There was flooding there that caused electricity disruption and damaging of files and other things. So the challenge there have not really been resolved by the 20th of May when we did the follow-up, and the province is appealing for a national level interventions on the set of challenges that have been identified. These have been escalated to the provincial authorities and the National Department of Health, but still need a follow-up. And then other challenges that have been noted. Operational challenges at the various social facilities, including the shelters. These have actually been discussed with the social sector groupings. There's a grouping called the Outcome Delivery Forum, which includes the Department of Social Development for attention. And then DSD is facilitate relevant interventions to address the immediate challenges that have been noted. For example, the supply of mattresses, the heating systems, food supplies, and all this kind of thing. So those are being attended to. But also what we pick up is that the longer people stay in these shelters, new problems start creeping in. So a process of how to plan for the exit of these families from the shelters back to their normal lives need to be better managed. So Department of Social Development will be implementing what we call a real-time monitoring tool to understand the conditions of children and their families as to what needs to be put in place to enable their reintegration into their normal lives. That work is being done together with the DPME. And then there's work on the Durban port, the economic effects of the disruption at the port. DPME will be doing a diagnosis study on that to not only to look at the issues of now, because interventions to restore operations are being, but with a longer term view as well, to say what are the strategic policy options for the future when we look at the Durban port, given its significance as a trading facility for not only South Africa, but the continent as well. Then there are a set of interventions in the infrastructure space. Some of them can be sorted out in a space of months, but others will take quite a long time. There is a monitoring mechanism that will look into these spaces, the restoration of water, bulk water supplies, electricity transport, the work of PRASA and the Port of Durban. Now, in terms of the recommendations, big recommendations around infrastructure are that project plans that are being developed here should include proper timeframes and completion periods to make sure that there is effective monitoring and then a mechanism to deal with duplicated activities. For example, a priority that's identified in for example, a road access road for tourism may be reported also for agriculture and may be reported by the Department of Transport as an intervention, but there needs to be a mechanism on how to actually integrate these things and make sure that there are no duplicated activities in terms of estimation of the damage and the cost of repair, but also taking into account the causal factors that we have outlined earlier on. Going forward, there needs to be proper balance between compliance to legislation such as environmental impact assessment and the amongst the other recommendations that are provided in this particular slide. To conclude, the Deputy Minister, Pinkekana, will be visiting Northwest on the 24th of May, accompanied by the Deputy Minister of COGTA, Human Settlement and Health, and 3 other MECs in the province will receive them. They will be meeting with the traditional leaders and the briefing by the community in deal plan, which has been submerged underwater due to the rain. They will also do walkabout as part of launching the frontline visits. So when they leave, already because they are DPME officials on the ground, there is work that's taking place to understand the conditions of the people and what need to be done better. Reports will be produced to make recommendations about where interventions are actually required. Minister, this is the last slide. We'll hand over to you to conclude. And thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG. Chairperson, that's how far we go on presentation. And we are awaiting the response of the honorable members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister in the Presidency and your team, Honorable Ngungubele. We'll take this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity now and give it to my colleague who's the co-chair. After you have given this detailed presentation with your team so that he can handle the issue of deliberations. Honorable Frolik, my co-chair, let's have the part of the deliberations. The program is taking us up to what is happening today. We can see that there are some deputy minister and some other colleagues on the ground today. Honorable Frolik.
No, thank you, Honorable Nyambi, and good morning, honorable members, and also to the ministers and the members from the different provinces of the executive that are here. And thank you, Honorable Minister, to you and your staff for a very comprehensive and detailed presentation in terms of the approach on the 3 key areas that the President has identified on how government will approach and deal with the natural disaster and as it is unfolding. I now want to invite the honorable members who are on the committee to indicate their preference to ask questions of clarity or to comment on the presentation, and I will recognize them in the following order. The Honorable Tim Broutestedt, the Honorable Kalipi, the Honorable Mente. Those are the 3 names that we have, as well as the Honorable Tikeledi Dereko. So it's in that order. The Honorable Broutestedt, you are first, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to the department and the minister for the presentation. Chair, I would like to just take the presenters to slide 5. And I'm mindful that the President has encouraged us not to get involved in the blame game, and this is certainly not intended to be anything like that. But slide 5 is very important of the presentation because it gives an analysis of causal factors. So I'd like to get some clarity around these and start with the following 2 questions. The first question is, there are 8 areas of concern raised by DPME relating to the causal factors that have been picked up. I'm not going to go through them again. So the first question is, are these assumptions made by DPME, or are they actual findings picked up on the ground since the April floods? That's the first question. And if they are actual observations picked up on the ground by the department, can we please get a breakdown or an amplification of each one of them? There are 8 areas of concerns. I'm not saying that they should be given to us right now, but through you, the 2 co-chairs, I'm sure that the committee would be greatly assisted by, for instance, getting a breakdown on rapid urban development without climate change risk mitigation design controls. And then, for instance, the issues of adherence to the SPLUMA, which is the Spatial Land Management and Use Management Act, really comes down to planning at the end of the day. And then, for instance, poor maintenance of infrastructure, including roads, bridges, stormwater. I'm sure that the committee would be put in a great position of knowledge and information power if we have breakdowns of each one of these 8 areas where we picked up failures, so that we can work with the individual municipalities to try and improve those systems so that we can avoid a future disaster. The disaster has happened. I'm pretty sure that we're all interested in making sure that we plan for the future to try and mitigate against such a disaster going forward. So the reason is not to have a go at people. Time for accountability, I'm sure, will come later, but is to try and plan now. And when we just have the 8 things presented in one slide, we have no level of detail on each one of them. So I'd like to request that. And then I'd like to request, I'd like to know from DPME whether this is just a reactive finding on their part in these 8 areas, or have they been engaging with the municipalities involved, for instance, the eThekwini municipality, over a period of time and warning them that they've picked up that there is poor maintenance of infrastructure, including roads, bridges, stormwater, sewers, dams, and retaining structures. Are they just saying this now, or have they raised those issues before? If we could just get a much greater level of detail on that particular slide, that would be useful. And then just the next slide, Chair, I don't want to carry on too long. The coordination and institutional arrangements. It's good to see this organogram. I think we'd like to dig into it when we're on the ground, but I think what would be very useful here is that obviously we know that the chair, we know who the Minister of COGTA is, but it would be useful for the committee, especially those of us who are from the provinces on the ground dealing with the fallout on a daily basis, to get names and contact details of each one of these persons that are part of this organogram. At the moment, they are just headings, and they don't allow us to contact people on the ground saying, look, this is a problem here. In order to work with this organogram and to work with the people, the actual human beings who are filling out this organogram. I think the committee would find that very useful, and particularly the members of the committee that actually are on the ground, working day to day, trying to help resolve all these issues. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Kalipi.
Good morning to you, Chairperson, and good morning to colleagues. Chair, I'm welcoming the presentation as well. I have just a few questions, it's not many. I have a question in regards to the slides that talks about M&A system, which talk about spot checks on temporary shelters, relief packages, and so on. My question, Chair, the department, what is the time frame? Because on the very same slides, they're talking about to identify, to analyze, and to intervene. So according to my knowledge, as one person from KZN, particularly in eThekwini, I think the department is still on the analyst stage. They've identified, of course, they've analyzed, but they have not intervened as such, because people have not get any kind of information in regards to the help. I just want to get that clarity from the department. Secondly, I have compared presentations from COGTA KZN and COGTA nationally in this presentation. I just want to get a clarity in terms of numbers. For instance, DPME is saying that there are 54 missing people reported, while the 2 presentations from KZN and from National COGTA talks about 88 missing people reported. Also on fatalities, The department is talking about 443, while the COGTA National is talking about 448. So now I just want to get a clarity. Can we go with their numbers, or must we take the numbers from COGTA National? I know that they're still going to do the presentation here, but just to clear the confusion, which one must we take with? The last one, Chairperson. On the one of the presentation, I think under key intervention one, I agree with the latter speaker to say that if we can get details on what has been done so far, because it's something else when we receive presentation here, which is beautiful on papers, but it's something else when it comes to the matters on the ground. I just want to get a clarity when you talk about roads and bridges, urgent repairs and so on. And I'm saying this, Chair, because in one of the presentation is going to be shared that there's a particular school, which we do have an information that the president of the country even visited that school during April, and the school does not have a bridge, and it affects teachers, it affects students as well. And that bridge has not been reconstructed as we speak. A bridge to secondary school, which is the only secondary school in the area. So now I want to check with the department if they are saying they are also having a clear organogram under coordination and institutional arrangements. How is that institution arranged in terms of to coordinate these things to be done on the ground? The last one, Chair, in this one, I have also noted on the last presentation, on the last slides of the presentation, that the Deputy Minister Kekan will be visiting Northwest with the Department of Health. I just want to get a clarity, because in KZN, was this department, is any of the minister or political head of the department was part and parcel of the visit that took place with the Department of Health? Because in Ward 44, people chased the Department of Health away. They were saying that they are coming wearing suits, they are so insensitive to them, and it was there on the news. So now I'm also worried if the Deputy Minister is going to Northwest with the Department of Health on what happened in KZN is not going to happen there. So can we get a clarity, Kuti? Was the department involved when that thing happened, when the officials and the members of the portfolio committee of Department of Health was chased away by people? Was the department there? And then what happened after that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And as you have also indicated, the COGTA presentations is still coming. The Honourable Mente.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the colleagues. Chair, I just need one clarity. And I think more questions with this particular information is still going to come back when we receive the department, COGTA, both provincially and nationally, because there seems to be no synergy within the work, and that's going to be very problematic. Now I need clarity, just one clarity in one place. It's slide 24, and these slides should be speaking to the key interventions. After you have given us all the key interventions, I think they take about 3 pages. On 24, you go on to say the interventions will be taking place in phases. Now I want to know, which phase are we? What has been done? What has been assessed? What's your monitoring? Are we moving or are we not moving? And then what will constitute phase 2? How far are we if we are in phase 2 already? Because the floods were over a month ago, and we do not know whether we're going or coming. That's the clarity I need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first start by welcoming the presentation and acknowledge the work that has already been done by our government. Chair, we are still within the COVID, and what we have witnessed in terms of COVID spending in our different government departments and municipalities was bad. Prices were high, and we also have some serious allegation of corruption which were taking place during that period. So some of our people saw COVID as an opportunity to loot instead of it being a state of disaster. Although we appreciate the fact that not all our officials are corrupt and not all of them are bad. However, now we are facing another disaster in a form of flood. So what mechanism does the Office of the Presidency have in place in order to protect the public purse from those who may want to take advantage of the current situation? And secondly, Chair, when we look at some of the causes of the disaster are as a result of poor planning, failure to maintain our infrastructure, and poor management, which is also not affecting this province alone. So going forward, what is the plan in order to resolve some of the challenges that may be caused by poor spatial planning, lack of sectoral plans within our municipalities? And people have been placed in a very bad area, which is not conducive to live in, such as your wet place and clay places, which shows that we are lacking on doing simple things such as geotech before we can place our people. So what is the strategy that the Office of the Presidency is going to use going forward in order to avoid this situation from repeating itself? And then on the expenditure to date, have the Office of the Presidency made sure that all the procurement that were already been done now are in line with the law? And have they also put measures in place to ensure that everyone is working according to the book? And lastly, Chair, one of the weaknesses that we have experienced on this disaster is lack of communication. So I would like to check with the Presidency is there any measures in place to ensure that people get information and knows who to contact for what, and also to ensure that we have a proper coordination in terms of everything that is going to be implemented in all these affected areas. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, once you have made your intervention, you can just lower your hand. I've noticed there's a number of other members who want to participate in the question and clarity session. However, I'm now going to give an opportunity to the Minister, and the Minister can allocate responsibility as to who will respond to some of the questions. But over to you, Minister. There were 4 interventions, and we would like to hear what your response is. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I must also thank the honourable members for the engagement, starting with the Honourable Brautazeth and Honourable Mukalipi, Honourable Mente, Honourable Dereko, and Honourable. Yes, I think the major question hits the point that we've tried to upfront to indicate that one thing that we have seen as we intervene, as the intervention is taking place in this exercise, are the capacity gaps in a number of areas. As a result, a number of areas has been the catch-up work. And against that background, I'm very much, I do respect the interventions by the province and COGTA against that, but I will request John Mashamba to first and the technical team to respond to all the technical issues. And then once they are done, I'm going to come and DDG.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for also the honourable members for the questions that have been raised. I will deal with some of the questions and allow my colleague, Dr. Anna Grisa, to come in, particularly on the issue of the causal factors and how they interface with the question that have been raised on that. With respect to the data on the slide that was mentioned around the numbers, our slides from DPME are dated. The data was on the particular date that's indicated on that slide. I would advise that the latest information that is being provided by COGTA should be the one to be used, and the latest also information that's provided by the KZN province must be the one. But DPME plays a particular role also in that space, that sometimes you find that we may not have the most latest information as of yesterday. There's a lag in terms of the information gap that we may receive, because some of the information we derive from the reports that are there. That is a clarity on the numbers. So I hope that the presentation of COGTA and KZN would actually clarify that issue. Then the issue of the roads and bridges of where the president has visited. It's a question that we can make a follow-up and understand where things are. I don't have a specific information on that particular issue. The same with the the issue that you've raised about the Department of Health being chased away. We don't have the specific details of that engagement, so we can follow up and understand that. In terms of the phases, the activities, the phases, I think in the main are meant to describe the arrangement or the packaging of the whole set of interventions. They happen at the same time. Phase one really deals with the most immediate issues of humanitarian assistance, but at the same time, which I hope that the two other presentations will clarify, at the same time you'd find that whereas immediately people that have been displaced from their homes are being provided with suitable, safe accommodation through the shelters, there is interventions to make sure that there is a building of the TRUs, temporary residential units, and also provision of support to rebuild their homes, which takes a bit of time. But people must then at the same time be provided with the basic needs they have, shelter or food and humanitarian support, while the process of rebuilding is taking place. That's one of the examples that one can pick in terms of how these interventions are being administered. But others, for example, a rebuilding of infrastructure like a bridge might require not only a short time of a week, but while planning for it is actually taking place right now. Rebuilding the actual build of that infrastructure would take some time to come on stream and be restored, to restore access to that places. So I will hand over to Dr. Grizel to deal with the other question on the causal factors.
No, thank you. Before you hand over, there's just a request that I need to bring to the attention of the members and the participants in the meeting. This meeting is being broadcast live on different platforms. And if you are in a position to switch on your camera, please do so, so that we can clearly see who the member or the official is that is delivering the question or the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm requesting to leave my video off because of connectivity issues. Let me start by discussing the issue of the analysis of the causal factors. And I think these are very, very critical that we do further unpack them and provide further detail. And I'm sure as DPME, we can certainly do that. But just to say that this is a high-level analysis of the causal factors, drawing from a number of discussions that have been held, but also drawing from the existing challenges that have been identified by DPME and others over time. So, for example, many of the issues around the inadequate infrastructure maintenance. I think that, that is something which has been identified over time, as well as responses on how to address that. But I think just broadly, the whole issue of infrastructure planning. So the Infrastructure South Africa is a very important response to that identification of weaknesses within the infrastructure planning and implementation space, and that includes the development of the National Infrastructure Plan, which should be addressing these. But many of these are also in infrastructure maintenance at a municipal level. There would also be the issues of spatial planning. So the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act is the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And a lot of work has been done in that regard. The National Spatial Development Framework has been approved, and it's a priority now that it should be implemented, but there's also spatial planning imperatives at different levels. In some instances, spatial plans do indeed exist and are developed. However, the adherence to those spatial plans is inadequate. And we know that there have been concerns about a lack of, this uncontrolled settlement in areas that are inappropriate for human settlement, such as is indicated here within the flood-prone areas. And that's not only, that doesn't, as has been mentioned, that does not only occur within KwaZulu-Natal, but also in other areas. I think even Deelpan would face similar issues. Then there's another whole set of issues around, are we adequately preparing for climate change? I think there are various strategies and documents that government has produced there. The Presidential Climate Commission has done a lot of work. As DPME, we have been also engaging with the Presidential Climate Commission to look at how we can improve the integration of the proposed responses and interventions in the short, medium, and long term within the planning system. So I think those are the issues relating to the causal factors. I think let me leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Maybe to add, Dr. Grizel, Minister, the question around the role of the DPME in making sure that we counter the risk of corruption. I've mentioned in the presentation, thank you, Dr. Grizel, the establishment of the oversight committee that is led by the DG Presidency, in which is going to be supported also by activation of a proactive audit by the Auditor General of South Africa. So that work is going to be assisting the process of making sure that the monies that have been put in place are actually used for what they are meant for. And then the other point, just to add, is that various departments have done on the part of the expenditure. Various departments have done or are actually doing a reprioritization of their budget in favor of the disaster response. But already there are allocations that some department would have already put in place for disaster management, which they would mobilize for this purpose. National Treasury is in a very better position to report about the overall picture, but also the next presentation by COGTA may also touch on the issue of what funds have actually been applied for under the disaster relief and what has actually been deployed in that space. That is the way that we can respond to those questions. Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didi Mashamba, but I would ask you, maybe you or Dr. Crystal, Didi Mashamba, because Honorable Mentor raised the question about which phase are we, how far are we, and she preceded that with time frame. Maybe I would want you, DDG, to speak about the metric system framework which we tabled before COGTA, with an intention to actually request population of that, on the basis of which these answers are easy to answer once that is done. If you can speak on that, Dr. Mashamba.
Yes, Minister. I don't know if I'm requested to put up the slide again.
No, the metric system, which we shared with the COGTA with regard to how best to populate.
Yes.
Following intervention timeframes and so on, and by only when that is populated fully that we're able to deal with that. Can you just, if you want to share it?
Okay, I'm disabled from sharing. I will just talk through it. That there is slides, if honorable members have it on their packs. Slide number 26. On the bottom of that slide, it indicates the results chain, starting from the understanding of input, which is the contributions that are being put in place to manage the disaster, and then the activities to be implemented, outputs up to the impact. And in the next slide, slide number 27, that slide actually breaks things into phases. Phase 1 on the first top line, phase 2 on the second row, and phase 3 on the third row. What happens in practice is that whereas phase 1, which is the provision of immediate humanitarian relief, need to be implemented immediately. Ideally, you would want this to be done as fast as possible. But at the same time, while a provision of immediate humanitarian relief is taking place, there are interventions that are implemented for phase 2, for stabilization and recovery, for example. So some of these interventions take place at the same time. But what we are able to report now is that this framework that DPME has provided has become a point of engagement with the COGTA and NDMC colleagues in how various interventions can actually be mapped. You would find that in the reports that are going to be presented by COGTA and also KZN, there are indicators of progress on a number of these, on phase 1 activities and also phase 2 activities. For example, the restoration of essential services in the provision of water in certain places, whereas in other places, there is still, in terms of bulk water supplies, but in other places, we'll still find that water tankers are still being used. People are still in the shelters, which is part of the humanitarian relief of phase 1. Thank you, Minister.
The point, honorable members, were trying to make is that we have introduced a metric system, that one which even called for time frames. Until that metric system is fully populated, we can confidently come here and say in the entire spectrum of intervention, for instance, how many people are out of shelter, what is an intervention intention, and when will this be finished by when? Those who don't have access to water, there are many interventions that are being done in KZN. We've seen that. All what we require now is a metric system that is population of the metric system that helps us to answer the question Honorable Mentor asked in detail in terms of time and everything. So we are working then with COGTA to actually populate those interventions in a manner that helps us to answer the question, Honorable Member, as in a more concrete and easily verifiable, what we call. You will find
Honorable Minister, we seem to have lost.
Have you lost me?
No, please proceed, Honorable Minister. Our apologies, just for a while we lost the connection.
Okay, all right. All I'm saying until that matrix, which calls for time frame, area of intervention, need all identified areas for interventions. What is intervention? What are the time frames? Until that matrix is fully populated, which I think the DG for DPME now in KZN is also working to ensure that we populate that matrix. It is not the absence of intervention, is what we need is those interventions in line with that matrix so that in concrete terms we can be able to respond to the major question Honorable Mente sort of raised. Let's come back to Honorable Browder-Seth. I think there's been an attempt to respond to that question of causal factors. I dare say there is no dispute across all our institutions in South Africa about those challenges as those causal factors are raised. Most of them are common factors. For instance, if you go, for instance, on the maintenance of infrastructure, AG would have reported on a number of times on those. The Minister of COGTA would have spoken about those. The Minister of COGTA would have been interacting with local government on a number of those. But those issues during this disaster have actually come to confront us. For instance, if you go to KZN, you look at the Minister of COGTA has spoken several times about this. You look at a number of areas, I'm just forgetting the number, go to Claremont and so on, where people's houses are in soily hills, which once there is a rain, that water is absorbed and that turns into mud. Now, amongst other key things, when we talk about phase 1, phase 2, there's a temporal shelter, but phase 2 and 3 deals with seeking suitable land and whose intervention takes what we call a longer time. All I'm saying is that to reinforce Dr. Grissa, to Honorable Browser, yes, the breakdown information on those will have to be what we call presented. Now, there was other question that, are we reactive in observing these or proactive? And I think our answers will tell you there's been a both element of proactivity and an element of reactivity. Honorable Mkaripi spoke about, I think that question has been answered on the comparison of numbers, that on day to day, we don't suck the numbers. On that day when we were there, these are the numbers we came across, and on and ongoing. Some of these numbers on the first day of disaster when we were there, numbers have been changing. If you can check the death, how many, and later where they went to 300 and something and so on. Those things have been happening as we were actually checking houses damaged and so on. So that information is an information that continues to move. That's why I agree with DDG that the latest presentation today by COGTA is the one that will have to be relied upon. And DG on DPME, Mr. Nkuna, when he comes back, he will also actually ensure that we check the alignment of what he has seen and what has been presented. So far, unless we have missed anything, Minister, Honorable Chair, we are ready to correct the gap that we have left. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Minister. And as you've indicated that some of the issues overlap with the presentations to follow later today, there are another round of hands, and I want to recognize the Honorable Mashego, the Honorable Soma, the Honorable Schlengwa, and the Honorable Dodovu. And then thereafter, we'll take the other hands that are still on the platform.
Before you acknowledge those hands, can I make up a point quickly, Honorable Chair, if you don't mind?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Yes, you may, Minister.
Yes, on the just to strengthen this point, that the President would have upfront spoken about ensuring that we avoid what happened in 2020. The oversight structure that deals with that It brings together, which is chaired by DG in the presidency, DG Baleli. It brings together Treasury, it brings together the presidency, it brings together AG, it brings together, although that is still being populated, it brings together the oversight elements in the civic society, where AG is going to do what we call the real-time assessment, like having a common page with regard to what principles should be followed in tendering. AG is not going to determine who tender, but the principles and the ground rules, so that as ASG follow a number of transactions as they are being implemented, follow those transactions, check if in line they actually are informed by the principles that are commonly understood. That work is already in place. I added a few days ago, I did speak to AG. They also showed me, they told me that already they are following transactions, but they are better placed together with the Treasury if the Ad-Hoc committee have a session with them. I thought it is important to say that. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, just to
Yes, Honorable Kalipi, yes.
Is the minister going to cover the question I asked regards to health visiting after the deputy minister is going to visit the Northwest and avoid what happened in KZN?
Honorable Minister,
we
are you in a
will
position to respond?
we will check the facts on that, Honorable Chair. I'm very careful. We don't follow every detail of what has happened in the KZN. We will check the facts on that, but it's an important question.
No, thank you, Honorable Minister, and we will await the outcome after you have ascertained the facts on the matter. I now want to recognize the Honorable Mashego.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson, in the meeting. The Chair, I want just to ask questions, general questions, rather than be specific. Look, to the minister and the team, especially the executive, don't you think that because the presentation by the minister and the team cut across all departments, rightfully so, because they are the presidency. Now, is it not that a problem that the presidency come and present on behalf of the home departments or the home ministries that are supposed to still can come and report, to a level where if we contest the input by the presidency, where will we go? Because if the ministers come and present and we are not happy about their presentation and so forth and so on, our recourse should be the presidency. In this case, the presidency is the presenter or the home ministry in presentation. Isn't it that a little bit odd? That being the case, Chair, maybe I might be answered, I might be wrong, moving from a wrong premise. I do not get a sense, and I think that we are no longer at a surprise flood or disaster. We are in a disaster. So at some point, we need to move from a purpose of us planning to respond to the disaster. Though I know that the disaster you don't plan for, but this one is already a disaster that took place 2 months ago. We should be having a plan to respond to this disaster. And don't rely heavily on the real-time audit in order to respond. Minister Gungubele has given us something that I think is workable, the metrics of the plan and the expected outcomes. If we can have that, rather than getting a report that account as and when things happen. For instance, if we are going to build roads, what is the plan of how much the budget? Where will you get the budget? That when we audit, because we are a small team to be factual, when we audit, when we get the audit must be measured against the commitment made in the plan that has been agreed upon. When I was with the mayor, with the minister as the mayor, we always have something called predetermined outcomes of what we need to have. What are our predetermined, given the floods and the situation we're in KZN, Eastern Cape, and what is our predetermined intentions? And if we have them, how much are they going to cost in our view? How much did they actually cost after the real-time audit has happened? And then we will not go all over the show. We'll come and say on roads, you committed to build these roads. Where are we? How much have you spent? How much are you still going to spend? What are the bottlenecks on hospitals? And so we can be in a position to deal with that as and when we deal on the metrics that Honorable Gungubel have spoken about. But that should be at a departmental level rather than to be at the presidency level, because you must avoid double dipping of the budget and double dipping of the responsibilities, and especially if it even involves the presidency. It is becoming too big for it to be challenged, because once you challenge the presidency report, it means you either can go get the recourse at court, which we are not intended to do, but with the presidency should be the ultimate in terms of the responses and the accounting of the departments, of the ministries, in my view. As I'm saying, if I'm off the hook, I'm ready to be taken on board and called into order. But that's my view. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Honourable Member. Just to say that this Ad-Hoc Committee decided to issue an invitation to the Honourable Minister in the Presidency to give us the overarching approach of government in dealing with the matter, and line functions issues, as the information become available, will be shared and will interact with the different line function departments as well. The Honourable Asoma.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning, colleagues and Honourable Ministers and your teams. Chair, I will avoid a risk of repeating what has been asked. Safe to say that the first one is to appreciate the presentation. At least we do have a sense of comfort that the government, through the presidency, is alive in terms of the state of disaster that we find ourselves in. Secondly, Chair, I'm sure the presidency also is much alive that it seems like this flood disaster, it's a moving target. Like this weekend, we had another floods that has also done a further damage in people's lives and belongings. The first one, Chair, that I would like, which will relate to the metrics that the minister spoken to, is that I'm sure, Honourable, through you, Chair, Honourable Minister, the quality assurance of restoration of whatever infrastructure has been damaged will take place so that we avoid the repeat of this year, which will also, the restoration of the infrastructure will take into account the climate change challenges that it brings. The other one, Chair, I'm not too sure whether it's going to be COGTA, but I think the presidency then, as correctly as Honorable Mashiko have stated, I will raise the issue that also if they can ensure and advise the implementing departments to ensure that the engineering feasibility study in terms of the suitability of the land that would be used in terms of recycling those communities and businesses, that it's a suitable area, then we're not going to have the similar happenings. The second last one, Chair, I think the minister has spoken to, but also it talks to, not borrowing from his words, the issue of the special planning. Is it now the opportune time for us as the government to revisit together with the communities, the special planning and educating our communities as well in terms of identifications of land, pieces of land that human beings can cycle on? Is it not the opportune time? The very last one, Chair, the DDM, I thought the Minister, Honorable Ngungubela, also was going to talk to say his department or his observation. Does it give us a sense of comfort that the DDM it's working? I don't want to make reference what Honorable Mashiko have raised, but this is the ideal time from where I'm seated, that the DDM model in terms of better coordination, so that we avoid the stampede in terms of the oversight of various department and executive and everybody else. Hence, in Parliament, we took a posture that says that probably committees that were scheduled for oversight in these provinces must hold on a little bit until the establishment of this committee. Hence, the question of, or the comment that was made by Honorable Kalipi, for me, I'll stretch it further that April, for somebody who doesn't have a house sitting in the hall that is also flooded this weekend, it's very impatient with us. Which best mechanism, I think all of us need to put our brains together, that the metrics must have the clear targets, it must be measurable, and also simplifying the communication that we do, because it seems like we're using the mainstream communication platforms, forgetting that the communities that we want to reach out in terms of communication of what we are trying to do as government, they don't have radios or TVs and anything, their house belongings. So they might not necessarily hear us. Probably we need to move out of our comfort zone and say of government, how best then we reach out jointly working together with other spheres of government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Schlengwa, followed by the Honourable Bedovo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and co-chairpersons, and to the Minister and the delegations this morning, honourable colleagues. Chair, I think many of the issues have been raised. I just want to probably zoom into two areas in the main. One, of course, appreciates the presentation, and it's very high level academic nuances which are present, but I think our major dilemma, Chair, is translating all those things into tangible, practical action steps on the ground. And so my issue is that turnaround time seems to be very slow. And the risk of a slow turnaround time in dealing with issues is that the disasters are unabating. If you're looking at what has happened this past weekend and will continues to be a threat to KwaZulu-Natal specifically. Just this morning, I was supposed to be meeting with the mayor of King Cetshwayo district. He has had to cancel the meeting I was supposed to have because he has to be like boots on the ground in anticipation of what may hit that district. So I raised this matter, Chair, to say I think the high level academic nuances are well noted, but I think where the minister and the presidency in a state of disaster really needs to crack the whip in ensuring that things are done because they're currently not happening. That's the first part. And of course, I think Honorable Lesoma was right in saying that people are impatient with us because they continue to be living in halls. There's still a difficulty in accessing home affairs and so on and so forth, just for them to put together at the bare minimum some semblance of their lives, and that is not happening. And now the disaster is catching up with us. So that's the risk of inaction, and that we're dealing with the phenomenon we don't know. The second point, Chair, goes to the issue of the matrix, and also in ensuring that people at departments actually do what they're supposed to do. And I want to make an example of the N2 northbound in the Umgababa area, which by the commitments of the Department of Transport, the N2 should have reopened last Sunday. It has not happened. And the current rains are now going to take that process back. But see, Chair, the issue now is the pressure on the alternative routes is roads which are not conducive for travel, and therefore literally making travel between the South Coast and accessing Durban to be very, very difficult. So the point I'm trying to make, Chairperson, is that there has to be a paradigm shift insofar as the thinking is concerned, because it needs to go to practicality and implementation. And I think one would derive a better comfort from the minister insofar as timeframes, turnaround time, and ensuring that the major issues which are a hindrance to the economy and to sustainable livelihoods of our people are dealt with speed. eThekwini specifically is seemingly just not coping with the extent of the disaster. And I think, Minister, the final point is to say have the funds been made available to the provincial government and to the municipalities? And if not, why not? And if yes, at what point rather how much, and where are we with the transfer of those funds? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Slengwa. The next intervention will come from the Honorable Dodovu. I understand, Honorable Member, you have difficulty with your connections.
Yes.
So
yes, that's correct, Honorable Chair, but I will try my level best and to even be quick in my intervention. Okay. Firstly, I joined the queue to welcome the presentation, which is quite substantive, and it does show the level of work that government is engaged in, especially on how it is structured, the systems that it put in place, and how it seeks to ensure monitoring and evaluation of the whole thing. Now, I'm only going to traverse two issues, Honorable Chair. The first one relates to the budget. What is quite important in this particular instance is the fact that there is a framework that the government has issued that all the departments at the provincial level and national level must readjust their budgets and retable them in the light of what is happening here. Two months ago, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about these floods, and I'm quite happy that this intervention is happening, that in the light of the fact that this disaster have paralyzed the budgets of the provincial governments as well as the national government, there is a need for this readjustment and retabling. But what is not clear, Honorable Chair, is what about the municipalities? It's the presentation said nothing about the need for the municipalities to do the same. I'm raising this because it is quite important to avoid overlapping and duplication of activities, of funding, and all of that. And municipalities, especially big municipalities like eThekwini, the expectation is that they must also readjust their own budget so that this becomes an all-offensive way of ensuring that we salvage the situation and at the same time we help the people that are in distress and reconstruct the areas affected. For me, that is quite important, but I didn't hear the presentation talking to how municipalities would then follow suit by readjusting and retabling their budgets in line with what is going to happen at the level of the province and national. The second issue, which is the last one, Honorable Chair, is the coordination outside government. Yes, in government, it is quite clear how this whole process is coordinated, the role of different departments in this particular instance. But what about the external organizations, the NGOs, the churches, the CPOs, the labor movements, and everybody else who's outside government? For me, that is quite important, because if you do not establish a proper linkage with those particular institutions, the possibilities that the information can get out of hand or it can be distorted, or there could be unnecessary conflict that can be avoided. And for me, I don't see it coming up, because what is clear and in the media is spelled out in precision, that these organizations are playing an oversight role in relation to what is happening, whether it is on the matters of budget, the program, the activities, and what government does to ensure that it salvages this situation. And I lack that in the presentation on how that coordination and communication will be fostered and will be strengthened with those institutions. For me, that is quite important. And I'm sure maybe I'm missing something, but I think an explanation is needed in this particular instance. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Dodovu. The Honorable McPherson.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to start off with some of the comments by the minister saying that, you know, that we weren't ready for something like this, to use his words. And I think to some extent that is true, but to a larger extent, this is exacerbated by the collapse of local government, and more particularly in eThekwini. And this is the crystallization of years of mismanagement, years of documented corruption, years of politicians getting away with that corruption, and ultimately, you know, people's lives could have been saved if where money should have been spent was in fact spent on infrastructure development, instead of lining the pockets of the connected few. And I hope that when you know, the department and the presidency and the president himself look at this, hopefully this is a catalyst and a spurring on to deal with the disaster that is in local government. That is a state of disaster in itself, and what has been allowed to be done in local government, because people have had to pay for that with their lives. So the DG spoke to where the responsibility and coordination lies for the disaster, and that lies within the executive, and he eloquently painted out the different structures of that. And it struck me, Minister, that there is an extreme disconnect between what may be assumed in government and in cabinet and by yourself and the department, and the realities of what is not going on in this disaster. Because the notion of coordination and management is hypothetical right now, because there is no management or coordination. Just by way of an example, the executive committee in eThekwini met yesterday. They still cannot tell anybody who is actually managing the disaster within the city, or who they're even supposed to be talking to in provincial government. And if the executive committee and the mayor doesn't know that or cannot provide answers for that, I would submit to you that with respect, what you assume and what you believe may not necessarily be accurate with what is taking place on the ground. And I think that in the hurly-burly of trying to sort these disasters out, I worry, and it's not even a worry, it's my belief, that what is being fed to the executive is not true at times. And they are saying things in local structures to appease their bosses higher up in the road. And that for me deeply worries me. So you set out the three-step approach of humanitarian relief, rehousing people, restoring services, and then reconstruction. And I think the Honourable Mente is getting close to what we're looking to understand is, when does one period end and when does one period begin? Because let me give you some examples, because if we may be in stage 2, how long are people supposed to stay in halls? there are 40,000 people that still remain in community halls 6 weeks later. How long are they required to stay there for? What services are being given to them? And if the restoration of services like bulk water and sewerage is supposed to be part of that, when is that supposed to be completed by? Because still today, there are 300,000 liters of sewerage that is overflowing or spilling into waterways and into groundwater in eThekwini 6 weeks later. And so again, I'm not convinced that there is a correlation between what you have eloquently put before us today and the realities of what is taking place on the ground. Because we as local politicians and someone who lives in eThekwini and who's a member of parliament from KwaZulu-Natal, I have an extreme difficulty in getting hold of this information. We have representation on the executive committee in eThekwini, and that information is not available in the executive committee. So if it's not available there, where is it available actually? With your discussion around budgeting, and this is what really worries me, is that essentially the cost of the disaster is being left up to a reprioritization of budgets. That's essentially what it comes down to. There's no new money, as I can see, or from what I can understand in your presentation, being made available to the province. So if that's the case, then government must admit then there's going to be a heavy toll on frontline services, particularly in education and healthcare, if money is going to have to be reprioritized to deal with infrastructure and housing. But then that begs the question, what is the point or the goal of a national state of disaster if it is not to make contingency reserve funding available, and if it is only about reprioritizing the budgets? So again, I think that there's a disconnect between what the public's been led to believe and what the comments by the president himself said, that there was going to be R1 billion made available. That seems to be not the case now, that it is mere reprioritizing on funds. But if it is about reprioritizing of funds, where is and what amount sits in the contingency reserve, and why is that not being made available to the province? I'm glad you said that someone from your department is on the ground trying to understand what's happening. And to some extent that is good, Minister. But I want to encourage yourself and your officials to get as many different views as possible, that what may be necessarily told to you by a mayor or a city manager or a municipal official may actually not be entirely true. And I would hate to see yourselves being misled by what is not taking place. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, that is going to, if we are not seeing progress made by, as Honorable Nkilipi had said, that people are going to become more and more restless. And trust me, they're becoming more and more restless by the day. So I'd be grateful for your responses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, I now leave it up to you and your support staff to respond to the interventions. There was a lot said about budgeting, as well as the timing of the response plan, translating what is envisaged into practical steps in the turnaround time. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Let me again thank the honourable members for their frank interrogation of this report, for their robust and frank interrogation of this report. Honourable Chair, I want to say up front, when we deal with the matters of this nature, there are issues that we will subject ourselves to accountability on issues of facts. We cannot disagree on facts. We have to fight hard until we are on the same page on facts, because there's nothing ideological about facts. There's also nothing ideological about proper intervention on a disaster, and especially the one we're dealing with. I just want to say, I felt I must start with Honorable Macpherson. The issue of capacity is no longer a debate, even in the executive, that this magnitude of a disaster has exposed our capacity gaps. So a lot of interventions, therefore, we make will actually signal that. Having said that, I do not want to go back to other various subjective issues that Honorable Macpherson have raised. We've spoken about that. This government has acknowledged a number of those in a number of fora and a number of reports that were put in public. But the challenge we're faced with now, which I think is the intention of the Ad-Hoc committee, is to work together to turn around the situation in KZN. So the issue of capacity is no longer a debate as a gap. Honorable Macpherson speaks about, maybe the other point I must come quickly on, Chair, is that I want to restate this issue. There's a series of interventions that are taking place in KZN. Even when the Ad-Hoc committee goes there, you'll get the report from the Minister of COGTA. All what you are worried about as DPME is the population of the matrix that will demonstrate each area of intervention, like Honorable Mente asked, each area of intervention, what time is anticipated, both from the point of phase 1 of relief and point 2 of stabilization and the third phase of recovery. Timeframes, that matrix is going to assist, which we are working with COGTA to deal with in the disaster center. Until that is filled, we will comfortably brief South African as the DPME. Just to give you one example, something I didn't want to do. For instance, as a matter of fact, at my disposal, unless it's proven otherwise, the report I have is that in TRUs, 1,800 TRUs are supposed to be placed. We are very far behind on that. We have not even reached 200 on that. So, but the matrix, once populated, will assist us to be comprehensive and be able to escalate where necessary. So that's the matter we're patiently working on. And whatever time then, the time it takes to fill it, it also speaks to that capacity, what to call gap. And the coordination that under the leadership of Minister Nkosazana is being improved and oiled to deliver what is necessary. I thought, let me make this point again so that if this question comes again, it should actually come to this point. Let's come to the funds. And I think I'll try to put this matter to bed once and for all if I succeed. I know undoubtedly that the Minister of Finance has said there's 1 billion contingency fund, which is in the coffers of Treasury. This is a fact. This is not a theory or anything. But the minister would have said, infrastructure departments, whenever there's a budget allocation to them, there is a portion for contingency situations, for disaster. Once that is done and finished, they are expected, therefore, to access the 1 billion. That is mainly targeted, honorable members, to phase 1 relief. There is a calculation that is ongoing. We're being assisted in particular by the KZN government under the leadership of the Premier to give us an assessment of multi-billions that are going to actually cost us in dealing with the KZN situation. Already, no less than 25 billion is a provisional assessment. There is a different response to that when you deal with phase 2 and phase 3, which medium and long term. So in other words, we don't want to confuse these issues. 1 billion for immediate intervention is there. once an infrastructure department has actually used what is traditionally allocated to them, they have to access that. So I think I'm trying to the best of my ability to close that. And I hope Treasury on Wednesday will even articulate it better than I do. But I want to make this point, that contingency fund exists, right? If we go to Honorable Mashiko, we nearly are at a risk of discussing what comes, whether it's the egg or the chicken. Ours being here as DPME was to display to this committee how are we independently as the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency assisting in the situation in terms of streamlining issues, making sure that planning is also coordinated in a manner that it is capable of being monitored and evaluated. That's what the metric system concern is. And that one, it doesn't matter whether we come after or come before. It's always going to be our job to do. I thought that is what we are doing. And again, what Honorable Mashiko is raising, what is predetermined to be realized, again, is on the population of the information as structured by the system we are proposing to be populated, and so on. And we are going to work hard that in a short space, that's why our DG Nkuda is in the KZN now, is to make sure that we succeed in the population of that metric so that we report squarely and clearly across the board on minor and macro issues, on micro and macro issues. And I thought that point needs to be made. So the issue of the ultimate cost to Honorable Member McPherson, I've attempted to answer that. Let's go to Honorable Lesoma. The quality of assurance again is going to depend, once we have populated the metrics of what are we responding to, how are we intervening, each item from onset of intervention, when is it intended to be completed, then the issue of quality assurance in the evaluation column is what is going to be attended to by DPME. Of course, working together with line function institutions, with some of them having quite significant engineering skills. On the spatial issue, I think DDG spoke about this. It's a major issue. And especially when we sat down with the Devonport team, especially from the Department of Transport, as they were showing us the intervention in reconstructing the Bayhead Bridge, how the one lane is a crisis, it must be opened, and at the same time demonstrating that the impact and the implications of the fact that trains are not moving, especially the freight rail. One of the major things they showed us, which the DDG I think was trying to speak about, was to show us how informal settlements are encroaching on the rail line. How vegetation, as they try to do that, they remove vegetation and soften the soil along the rail line. And in so doing, put the rail infrastructure at risk. Those are some of the issues that talk to the spatial plan and also needed to emphasize the principle of legality in South Africa. So the question that therefore Honorable Soma is raising, is it not the time that we speak with citizens? I have no doubt. Education aspect of it is going to be very critical, in particular as it comes from GCIS. We need to have a package that is sustained, because the issue of legality, it cannot only depend on the police. Actually, the main advocates of a successful legality should be the citizens, and the police come to complement. And we need to turn around that. And therefore, the issue of Honorable Somo, or is it not the time that communities, and I think that time is long overdue. On the DDM, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini will speak on this, but we work together from the DPME, because we also have a role on the steering committee around this. The little answer I can give here This disaster has demonstrated the significance and the urgent need for implementation of the DDR. That's the answer I can give you. Because a lot of issues that we're dealing with, had that system been in place a long time ago, would actually be in a better place with regard to that. And Honorable Hlengwa, yes, there are academic elements, but we are explaining at what point are we going to be able as DPME to be concrete, but this is not fully, there are also parts of academic what to call. I think the road of the issue of N2 is an issue DPME will have to follow up. If you say it was supposed to have been opened last Sunday, and the delicacy of continuing in a long time to lose the alternate route is a fact that DPME will have to follow and actually make our pronunciation on it. The issue of paradigm shift is agreed. Yeah. And then I've explained the issue of funds, because even Honorable Dodov is speaking about funds. The issue of civil society, which Honorable Dodov is speaking about, I think in speaking about the oversight unit which the president directed it be placed, it's been placed, which is being chaired by DG Baleni in the presidency. I have already said in my opening that that comprises of Treasury, AG, also the component of civil society, which is being attended for population, to say who represents labor, who represents business, who represents civil society, and so on. That is being worked on, because the president made a clear direction that we cannot afford the mishap of 2020 in as far as funds are concerned. And we're trying our best in as far as that is concerned. And I think there is a cooperation across all the institutions and our colleagues. DDG fill up the gaps the minister would have left?
Thank you, Minister. From my side, there's nothing to add. You have adequately addressed the issues. I don't know, DG Krisa.
I'm covered. Minister has comprehensively responded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Minister, and also thank you to the honorable members who have made the interventions. And may I once again thank you for your availability on this Monday morning, Honorable Minister. We are aware as an Ad-Hoc committee of the important task to exercise oversight, or as the mandate from the two houses of parliament indicate. And you correctly state that there could be an interpretation that this presentation was a bit academic, but it's important for us so that we can undertake our oversight from the structure that the government, the structured approach that the government is putting in place in the interventions as the President has articulated. We are aware that this high-level analysis, of course, will not provide all the detailed answers to the questions that has been asked. But as the Honorable Broterseth has inquired, we can request the details around some of those 8 areas of assumptions and or findings that has been made. We are looking forward this afternoon, of course, to the interaction with COGTA, where a number of the questions that members have asked on specifics will be dealt with by the Minister. We are aware, Honourable Members and Honourable Minister, in your input, you have referred to the oversight structure that has been put in place in government and that is being led by the DG in the Presidency. That includes also the Treasury, the Auditor General, and so forth. I must inform the meeting that we do have a slot for Wednesday afternoon with the Minister of Finance, also followed then by the Auditor General, when we will go specifically into the budgetary issues, reprioritization, getting access to the R1 billion, as Minister Gubele has said, and also looking at some of the other safeguards that has been put in place when it comes to procurement and also the expenses related to that. The Honourable McPherson made a number of interventions, as well as the Honourable Asoma. And what is important is for us, Honourable Members, is to get to KZN and to do a real-time assessment of what the intervention of governments is, and that assessment will be in the form of an oversight visit that will take place to the affected areas this coming weekend. We'll start there on Friday and conclude our work on Monday afternoon, Monday evening. But we are in a better position now than we were before, so that we get this an idea of the magnitude of the challenges also that our people living in the affected areas, not only in KZN, but also in parts of the Eastern Cape and Northwest are experiencing. And we look forward, Honorable Minister, to further engagements on this matter. We implore you that if there are any relevant information, especially in terms of the matrix, that be made available to the Ad-Hoc Committee so that we can familiarize ourselves with it. It's always better when you do oversight that you are focused and direct and clinical in terms of what is being said, what is being done, and what is being achieved, so that we also know where in this phased approach, where the government are to make the interventions as being required. That said, honorable members, the next presentation is scheduled for 12:30, and that will be with the Minister of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs. I don't want to disturb the program now because it's likely that the Minister have other engagements on until that time, and we will thus adjourn this meeting and reconvene at 12:30 so that we can get the input from COGTA, and we'll ask also that our colleagues from the provinces who are on the platform, and specifically those that are seized with the matters in the affected areas from COGTA, those MECs be available for the 12:30 meeting as well. The meeting stands now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair.
The agenda was put on the group, honorable members, who will start again at 12:30 today. That's in just more than an hour. At 12:30, we'll start with a presentation from COGTA. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Comrade Chair, Honorable Chair.
Recording stopped.
meeting, and at the time when the meeting was adjourned, I indicated that we'll have the presentation by the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We're also aware that there's a number of MECs from the affected provinces who are also on the platform. Welcome to everyone. There is an apology that I've received, Kadimeng, as well as the KZN MEC of Finance, the Honourable Dube Ngube. I'm not aware of any other apologies. Are there any other apologies for this part of the meeting?
There's none from my side, Chairperson.
If not, thank you, Nola. In the absence of any further apologies, I want to proceed to ask the Minister, I know she's busy with other commitments, but to ask the Minister to start the presentation and also to introduce the support staff from the department that's accompanying her. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. If you don't mind that I don't show my video, because of the network, I'm on the road.
No, that's fine, Honourable Minister. You may switch off your video.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. The team is going to present, we are going to present both the disaster issues around April, but also we'll also present what has happened over the last weekend. I will not take too much of your time. I'll ask the DG to call upon her team. There is the DG and there is also, the team is led by the DG, but also the acting head of Disaster Management Center, Mr. Yekhen is here, Ane is here, and others. So I will ask the DG to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I will request the persons who are with you and in a position to switch on their videos to do so. That also applies to the honourable members. And please indicate if you can't, if you have connectivity issues, so that we are aware. So I welcome the DG.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson, and I want to greet all the honourable members. I also recognise our Minister and any Deputy Ministers and MECs in the room. Chairperson, I am joined by Yekhen Steysel, who is the head of the National Disaster Management Center, where all the central coordination is undertaken around the disaster that has been declared. So I will hand over directly to him. Thank you so much, Chairperson and members.
Yeah, Chairperson, good afternoon. With your permission, Chairperson, I want to switch off my camera. I'm on a network, on a cell phone network. I just want to make sure that I remain connected. And if I can maybe ask Chairperson just to be given the opportunity to share my screen.
You've already been given the right, sir. You can carry on.
Chairperson, good afternoon, Minister, good afternoon, DG. I just want to double check and see that my presentation is in fact showing, DG and Chairperson.
Yes, it is showing.
I will continue then on that line. You will see that the purpose of the meeting is today is to provide, Chair, I'm not sure why it's jumping to and fro. You will see that the purpose for today's meeting is to provide an update on this national disaster that have affected KZN, the Eastern Cape and Northwest and the Northern Cape provinces. and we will specifically highlight issues as the presentation go along in terms of the immediate humanitarian relief issues, the stabilization and recovery that is undertaken, and also overview on reconstruction and rehabilitation aspects, focusing on Build Back Better. Chairperson, I think by now we are aware that since there was heavy rains that were falling over the KwaZulu-Natal area, the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape and Northwest provinces. But that was also preceded by quite a large amount of rain that was already falling from November 2021. And this amount of rain essentially compounded to a large extent a number of flooding events in the country, and particularly so in KZN. And these negative impacts in terms of the severity and magnitude also became evident in the Northwest provinces. And it necessitated the reclassification of the disaster into a national disaster, following the classification originally as a provincial disaster on the 13th of April. And subsequently, a notice to this effect was published in the Gazette on the 18th of April. And it essentially provided that national government would be able to augment existing legislation and contingency arrangements of the affected organs of state that was already working on the event. In terms of this intergovernmental response mechanism, there's an integrated institutional arrangement that has been put in place. If I can explain it briefly, on the left-hand side, the circle there talks to a number of technical task teams that are working in parallel to ensure that issues pertaining to finance, international contributions and coordination, issues pertaining to economic recovery, early warnings, infrastructure interventions, communications, issues pertaining to humanitarian relief, security, and health matters are coordinated in a holistic manner. And these different units then provide reports to the National Joint Flood Coordination Committee, which have been in function for quite some time. And they essentially provide the reports and technical information into the DG's forum, the extended Directors General Forum, who then provide reports to the Interministerial Committee on Disaster Management and Cabinet. So it's quite clear that there is a horizontal coordination mechanism and reporting mechanism to the executive. And then also, once the executive have made decisions and provide leadership on the matter, that those issues can then be implemented in a holistic way. Chairperson, on a provincial level, there is a mirror system in place. They provide information to the provincial technical forums, the extended IMC, and then ultimately to the Provincial Executive Council. In broad terms, the work that is being done is done around these three areas of work that was announced by the President, talking to the immediate humanitarian relief, talking to stabilization and recovery, and then also talking to rehabilitation and reconstruction efforts. The National Integrated Flood Response Plan, Chairperson, I'll just touch on that briefly, is essentially a plan that flows from our summer contingency plan, which was submitted and approved. And it essentially flows into an operational mechanism for us to be able to deal with these kind of events when they occur. It talks about the integrated multi-sectoral arrangements, which I've touched on, that provides clear roles and responsibilities for the coordination and implementation of response and recovery efforts. It also talks about the disaster risk assessment and risk reduction efforts, where those can be done, and I'll talk about that a bit later. the continuous monitoring of conditions on the ground, the issuance of early warnings and advisories in mitigating against further deterioration of conditions, mobilization of funding and other required resources by stakeholders, and then also enhancing monitoring, oversight and auditing and reporting to ensure and enhance the realization of desired impacts and accountability by stakeholders. So, Chairperson, in terms of a broad overview of the effects, of the flooding in KZN, if you look at the numbers on the screen, you will see that there's 8,584 houses that were completely destroyed. There were 13,536 houses that were damaged, some minor damage, others quite significant. To date, there has been 448 fatalities, and I'll touch on that a bit later in the presentation as well. There is still 88 missing people reported, and there's also some issues, I'll touch on that. And then 50 people that have been injured during this event. There's also been some significant impact on agriculture and various other sectors. And you will see that within the KZN province, the affected districts is all 10 of the municipalities, including the eThekwini metropolitan area. In brief, when we look at the Eastern Cape, you will see the impact is around 2,306 houses were destroyed, 1,857 houses, were damaged. There's been 7 fatalities that were reported in total, with 1 missing person from the latest information, and there were 3 people injured. And you will also see that the impact on the agriculture environment is listed there, and the affected districts to a large extent talks to 5 districts, but most severely affected is the OR Tambo district municipality. In the Northwest, Chairperson, we will see that this, in terms of housing, that 75% of the Deelpan village was submerged in water. There were 45 households that were completely destroyed, and there are 224 households that were damaged. There's almost well over 1,000 individuals, that were evacuated in high-risk environment. We had no fatalities, no missing persons were reported, but there were 3 injuries during that event. You will also see that there is an impact on the agricultural environment, and that the area that is affected is within the Nakamodiri-Molewa district municipality. Now, Chairperson, in the Northern Cape, we also had a sporadic event where 20 houses were destroyed, 23 houses were partially damaged. We had some informal housing that were destroyed. The estimated repair costs are listed there. But it's very important for us to highlight that there were no fatalities or missing people during that event. There's been some infrastructure damage, and we also see that there's only 1 municipality that were affected within the Northern Cape. Now, Chairperson, in terms of the implementation interventions, if we can touch on the search and rescue aspect, it's very important for us to understand that that there was no specific deployments in the Eastern Cape, Northwest and Northern Cape to deal with specifically with the event, but the emergency services, together with the South African Police Service, the fire services were on the ground. They responded using their normal response capabilities. So the figures that are deployed and showed on the screen talks to the deployment in KwaZulu-Natal. These are the latest deployment figures. If you can see within the SAPs, there's 14 dedicated individuals dealing with the event outside of the normal operational deployments. From the SANDF, 3,731, from the Metro Police side, 6, and then from the various disaster management and other support and volunteer organizations, we've listed 664. Chairperson, when we look at, for instance, in terms of the total force operation in normal policing, it's just important for us to understand that at present there's 2,757 people 403 in terms of the metro, and from the Rescue Training Institute and the multidisciplinary pool of policing teams like forensic criminologists, data scientists, etc. There's 206 individuals. We've also provided, in terms of interventions, for those specific areas. You can see that in KZN there's 448 individuals bodies that were recovered. 165 people were rescued thus far, and we're still having that 88 individuals that is listed as missing. Chairperson, I just want to maybe highlight on some key issues before we get into the humanitarian actions, is that during the operation, it became clear and known that there were some community members in some areas that started to intercept trucks with commodities and food parcels meant for shelters before these could actually reach the intended destinations. There were also community members in areas, where they were having challenges related to water, and issues that talk to those individuals mobilizing themselves and protesting. But we engaged the South African Police Services when these became known to us, and they have increased visible policing in these areas in order to reduce the impact of these issues. There's also, as the search and rescue operation was ongoing, particularly in the latter stages, there were incidents where, for instance, the police required specific digging materials called the TLB, or the tractor loader backhoe, and they worked with the municipalities that where it was feasible and these machines could actually reach the points of search, that the municipalities assist in providing those, call it yellow fleet items. From the humanitarian relief and donor funding environment, the chairperson, I just want to touch on to say in the Eastern Cape, no more people are accommodated in shelters. And the reason for that being is that to a large extent, people have been moved and have moved in with family, with friends, and even within the communities. So at present, there's no shelters that are in operation within the Eastern Cape. Similarly, within the Northern Cape, we do not have shelters that are in operation there. In the Northwest, in the Nakamodiri Molema area, there are 3 shelters with 42 occupants. And then you can see the numbers listed within the KZN area in terms of the number of occupants. Now, I just want to highlight to the committee chairperson that these numbers, particularly in KZN, may have changed given the new weather system that came over the weekend. And we are busy compiling that information and updating as the day goes on, so that we would be able to update to that latest information. Chairperson, I just want to highlight also shelters and the support that has been provided. This is just a high-level overview in the different districts and the local municipalities, the number of shelters that were operating at the time, the number of people that were in those areas. You will see some of the areas the shelters have been closed as people were either were able to move back to their homes that were not severely damaged as a result, or where mop-up operations were completed. There is also important to mention, chairperson, that from the respective additional social services, Home Affairs played and is playing a key role. A lot of the individuals that are sheltered in our shelters have lost all their identity cards, they've lost their identity books, things like birth certificates and a number of others. So Home Affairs is working on a schedule. They are visiting the different districts. They have started to issue smart ID cards, birth certificates, etc. And they are continuing to do so. From the last report that we received, they are now focusing on the eThekwini environment. But there is a team, they're providing the service free of charge. The application from the reports that we have seen is waived, the application cost. and that these items are then prioritized through the processing. You can also see that in terms of social services, school uniforms and various other items that have been lost by children in, in the affected area is being provided as part of the broader support process that social development is providing. Chairperson, in terms of burial services, the Motsepe Foundation and AFPOP has provided services and funding support. In case of AFPOP, 20,000 Rand per beneficiary. But it's important to understand that that was not cash. It is from the AFPOP, it is services towards a burial. The Department of Social Development has also offered some financial assistance. But I think it's important for me to mention at this point is that through the Premier's office in KZN, there is engagement with those families that have already buried their families to look at how those individuals would be able to be reimbursed. Chairperson, it's also important to understand that there are challenges that are faced in this in terms of funeral parlors, as they are claiming on behalf of the families, and that these engagements are being led through the Premier's office to find a resolution on these matters. Chairperson, in terms of further humanitarian relief and social services in KZN, the slide depicts a number of issues that, and activities that are undertaken. You will see the Department of Health together with the KwaMashu Business Chamber, eThekwini Municipality and local artists, GCIS and Doctors Without Borders, provided services in the community, who were affected by the floods, where individuals would be able to have health checkups, where individuals would be able to be provided with the opportunity to be vaccinated, to understand and to engage with health, officials pertaining to various health aspects, as well as, vaccination aspects. When we look at the next slide, you will see that there are other aspects that were taken in terms of distributing educational pamphlets by GCIS on floods during the budget vote activation at the two centers in Dwendwe. We're looking at, for instance, the distribution of information on waterborne diseases to the public. We're looking at, for instance, religious leaders that were joining, councillors to hand over food parcels in various areas. It even went so far as in eThekwini, together with the Durban University of Technology, where students were actually embarked on a beach clean at Laguna Beach on the 13th of May. Chairperson, we also need to acknowledge that the Free State Premier and the Premier of KZN received social development from the MEC of Social Development and the MEC of Health. They provided a visit on the disaster-stricken area in KwaZulu-Natal, and they handed over aid donated by the people of the Free State on the 17th of May. And that just shows the solidarity that there is between the different provinces in understanding, the devastation that has come to KZN as a result of the floods. These also just shows donations that have been handed out by the Mayor Inaka Modiri Molema, where disaster relief materials were handed over in the Brooks Bay Village on the 14th of May. Chairperson, this slide provides a list of known donors that the National Disaster Management Center is aware of. We are by no means providing it as a complete list. There is a number of individuals that have provided donations directly to organizations that we may not be aware of. There is individuals that have provided relief to individual persons directly. There's also relief that is being provided to and donations that are made to KZN. This list is a combination of information that we are continuously updating. So you will see that there is a wide range of individuals that have provided donations from business sector, from non-governmental organizations, from embassies, from various other international organizations. We've listed as many as we are known of. Chairperson, then in terms of health and medical service facilities, the areas that you are seeing there, the COGTA clinic at Inanda, the Osindisiwini Hospital, the Mahatma Gandhi Hospital, Kwarabeka, the Prince Mashieni Hospital, Wentworth, and Ndwendwe. All these facilities were quite significantly affected by water, and particularly water damage or infrastructure and intermittent or interrupted water supply from the municipal system. And the approach that the Department of Health has taken is to actually install water tanks within these different facilities. Some of them are backed up by water pumps, where water tankers would actually come and fill these water tanks up with water. The water pumps would then be able to boost the water pressure to such an extent that the facility would be able to function without major impact, almost to 100%. And that as long as the water tankers come and refill the tanks, these services are not interrupted. For instance, the Tongaat area, this process will continue for quite some time, because we are aware that water treatment works have been damaged quite significantly. It requires some significant rebuilding that will take a couple of months to complete. And the moment that is complete, the municipal water would improve, and the hospital would essentially return to municipal connected water services. Chairperson, in terms of the infrastructure interventions, if you look at the Eastern Cape, the list of the number of roads damaged is there. If you look at the cost estimates in the OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Jokabi, Amatole, and the Chris Hani environment, you will see the number of kilometers of roads that have been damaged, the breaches, the cost of the damage, the cost of damage to the roads, the total cost, and the shortfall. These amounts have already been rolled up into the national amount by the National Department of Transport, and I'll touch on how they are looking at funding the repairs to these infrastructure. This slide just provides an overview of the short-term interventions that have already been made. You will see that there's some slip failures on the M13 resulting in road closures, teams using the yellow fleet to actually clean up landslides that was on the roads and just obstructing the road. There's a sinkhole on the M13 at Bello, at Blair Ethel interchange, and so forth, Chair. And you can see that there is a number of places where, for instance, repairs have been undertaken, cleanup work has been done, and roads have been opened. What's also important is that if you look at the slides here, some strategic road repairs that is underway or have been to a large extent completed. You will see the South Coast Road access at Umlazi, and before and after picture. And then you will also see the Bayhead Road before and after. And you will see at Umlazi how a detour is being utilized in order to make sure that that transport systems can actually start moving between two areas and actually ensure that the economic activity can resume as a result. So, Chairperson, in terms of the interventions by the Department of Transport in Broad, they've established a rapid response team to coordinate on the recent flood disaster response and the intervention across all transport entities and spherical road or transport authorities. The National Road Transport Limited has been tasked by the National Department of Transport through this a rapid response team to serve as the lead agency in providing engineering capacity to support other spheres of government with expediting the intervention. And to date, this rapid response team has planned a number of initiatives to have teams and resources through reprioritization to do further assessment, verifications, and repair and reconstruct damaged infrastructure to restore access. Currently, the province of KZN and Eastern Cape has been engaged on a bilateral basis by this task team in order to determine methods of intervention, and SANRAL has roped in, in the main to assist with this. And then already further assessment is underway in the two provinces as led by SANRAL to confirm the extent of infrastructure damages and related costs of repair, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. So it's important for us to understand, Chair, that from the initial assessment, they are moving now towards more detailed engineering assessments that will essentially lead to, to bill of quantities, going out on national, tender process, and then scheduling those projects for repair. The approach that they are talking about is that they are taking a 30% reallocation of the 22-23 allocation and working with the different provinces, the 9 other different provinces, so that they would be able to utilize that funds and focus them towards the repair work within the KZN area. And as I indicated, the plan to be assessed in line with the, with disaster management. You will see that the table lists the alignment of the funds to, to that plan. Chairperson, then when we talk about displaced individuals, there is the intervention in terms of temporary residential units, or the so-called TRUs. This slide lists the allocated units within the respective district municipalities. You will see that there is a plan to allocate 1,810 units. To date, 106 units have already been delivered from the 21 that was completed 2 weeks before. There is a list of progress running across the different areas. So you can see the progress in some of them. What is important for us to say here, Chairperson, is that in the areas where TRUs were built, those areas were surveyed by the Department of Human Settlements. The site where the TRU, or the residential unit, is to be located was checked to make sure that that unit is safe from the elements and that it can be constructed properly, and construction has then been ongoing. But in other areas, there is no safe land available, and the Department of Public Works is already in the process, and they are busy doing a number of assessments on sites. They've identified the number of land. I will talk to that now, in order for them to release land for these TRUs to be built. The key issue is to make sure that the land do not have any geological or other impediments making it unsafe to build. These are just pictures of some of the areas or some of the TRUs and what they look like in their construction. You can see that it is a cement slab, and then the structure is erected on top of that on that slab. Now, Chairperson, this leads us into the work that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is doing. Within the department, they have identified 5 work streams. In broad, the focus areas are listed there, but you will see the first one talks about the Durban Air Force Base. There's 11 projects that have commenced there and is scheduled for completion, on or before 20 June. Most of these projects, are between 45 and 80% completed already, but there are 4 that are between 20 and 45%, which is expected to be completed by the 20th of June. You will see, Chairperson, that in terms of the assets, and repair of public works assets. There are a number of projects that is already identified. The numbers are listed there. The idea being here is that these items have, to a large extent, started already with the work. In many instances, the different processes have been followed, contractors have been employed, and the progress can be monitored in terms of, of progress. They are looking at completing these projects between now and the 6th of June. But there are also capital projects that has been identified to the amount listed there, and they are to follow the normal procurement process. The motivations to commence with the projects, was to be submitted on the 12th of May. From the last report that I received, that work is ongoing. It will be published, and once the quotations have been and the service providers have been appointed, the work will start. The important one is the one that I refer to in terms of the land parcels. Here, the Department of Public Works identified 616 land parcels that is available for further suitability analysis by the Housing Development Agency. The total size of land available for possible development is 76,772 hectares. Of that, 258 land parcels do not have geological or geophysical constraints, and only 15 out of the 258 parcels which are located in eThekwini do not have geophysical constraints. Chair, it's also important for us to note that 193 land parcels held by the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Public Works were assessed. 44 properties do not have geophysical constraints, and out of this, out of 64 mass care centers, 21 have been linked with a possible land parcel. So this is work that is ongoing. It links to the provision of these temporary residential units, but this work is scheduled only to be completed on the 31st of May. And once that is completed, the work on the provision and the finalization of the TRUs can start in earnest. Chairperson, in terms of workstream 4, there is an assignment of built environment professionals. The DPWI identified 108 internal professionals from across its structure that may be contacted for assistance. They also identified 302 professionals from private sector that may be procured by provincial or local government for assistance. So it's important to understand that a lot of these projects requires engineering skills and services that is not always readily available to municipalities. Chairperson, and then also in terms of bridges, there is a number of assessment reports that have been completed for those 18 bridge sites submitted by the Department of KZN. The province will confirm funding by 13th of May. Then construction of the 18 bridges is anticipated to commence from the 1st of June. This work stream forms part of the Department of Transport application that has been submitted already, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is just a continuation in terms of the land parcel process. It provides a little bit more detail about the different aspects of it. What is important is to see that towards the middle of the slide, the assessment of lands in terms of its geophysical constraints include things like, for instance, the slope, the location in terms of the 1 in 100 year floodplain, the intersected, whether it's intersected by a river stream, a wetland, whether it has critical biodiversity on it, the ecological support area, whether it's in a protected area, and whether it's affected by geohazards, such as active landslides, flood risks, high water tables, highly erodible, steep, or unstable land. And once those are done, those are the numbers that I've referred to in the previous section. Once that is done by the 31st of May, they would be able to confirm the land ownership. It's a parallel process that is happening. And once that is completed, the transfer of power of attorney or even ownership can happen so that the development can proceed. Chairperson, perhaps just on some other infrastructure interventions in terms of social development, you will see there is a number of items. In the budget allocation, you will see that the view is that they would be able to deal with this in terms of reprioritized funding. And towards the bottom of the slide, you will see the estimated start date and estimated complete date. Much of this work is either in the phase of obtaining quotations, having been advertised, or to a large extent is being advertised this week, with the intention that once the quotations have been obtained, that the work would then be allocated to suitable service providers, and it can then be scheduled for construction. You can see that the work is estimated in terms of this to be completed or expected for completion on the 21st of September. A similar process here for arts and culture, Chairperson. You can see there a number of facilities affected, the reprioritization of the funds, and then also the milestones, the estimated start date. Here you can see, Chairperson, that it's expected that the construction will take 5 months up to the 17th of December. Chairperson, in terms of damaged health medical services facilities, apart from the water mitigation project that is already in place, there is a number of other damage that was sustained, roof damage, leaking infrastructure, etc. You can see the progress that is made there. The expected tender is closing on the 30th. It is on track. We expect that the projects as listed there will then, once the tender is closing, will be allocated, and that those projects would be delivered in terms of the timeframes that are given there. It is expected, Chairperson, that 80% of these projects is to be expected to be completed in 6 months, with the remainder to be completed within 12 months or less. Chairperson, in terms of school infrastructure, the process or the damage to the schools was essentially broken into 3 categories. Category A with costs below 150, Category B costs between 150,000 and 500,000, and then Category C for 500,000 and above. You can see the list and the costs, the estimated timeframes for completion in terms of these items. There was also a number of schools that require temporary or mobile classrooms, and this provided for, you can see, for instance, in the Pinetown area, that the 17 schools updated requirement of 38. 38 mobiles were delivered. The progress, 16 mobiles are installed and they are 100% complete. And then you can see that there is a number of others that are still being completed and so forth, Chairperson. In terms of the Category A, B, and C school categorization and the timelines, this just provides you a bit more detail about, in terms of where the process would be. And you would see, Chairperson, that, for instance, in terms of Category A, it's pending transfer of norms and standard funds within the department. The approach that the different units are taking is for each category is a bit different, and that the progress that is made in terms of this. But if you look at, for instance, in Category A, the 30th of June seems to be the time frame that they are targeting. In terms of Category B, the 30th of September. And if you look at Category C, that require more repair work 31st of December 2022. Chairperson, in terms of communication and community mobilization, the information that I'm providing here was provided to us on the 18th and 19th of May. And I'll talk to some of the communication issues a bit later in the presentation as well. But you can see, for instance, some of the messages that was targeted in terms of KZN. And you can see the messages in terms of the Northwest, the Eastern Cape, and also the media statements that we issued on a number of issues that were in the media cycle at the time. In terms of, for instance, key communication messages, there's infographics on a number of different platforms. So if you look at, for instance, the one on the left provides information, on the Transport Deputy Minister takes humanitarian relief to flood victims in KwaZulu-Natal. You can see also pictures and messages that were posted on social media. There's also some infographics that are developed on a daily basis that provide information to the public and also some public views on issues, funding that has been allocated or spent. You will see in the middle slide, for instance, some analysis and disaster risk reduction messaging that is going out. And on the one on the right-hand side, which was on the 20th, for instance, early warning information that has also gone out that provides people with early warning information about areas and the different levels. And I will discuss some of those just towards the end of the presentation. Also some key communication messages in terms of the eThekwini environment, religious leaders that were handing over food parcels in the Claremont area. Chairperson, and also in terms of the engagement of our traditional leaders and traditional communities and stakeholders that are not only mobilizing communities, but are also providing humanitarian relief issues. Chairperson, in terms of finance and international contributions and economic recovery, the impact is quite severe across the entire province. But when one zooms into some of the key areas, the South Durban Basin is a very important economic hub for KZN, and particularly for the city of eThekwini. You will see that during the assessment done by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, that at least 826 companies were significantly affected. And that you will see that in the infographic on the left-hand side, that the wholesale, retail trade and manufacturing are the most impact environment when we talk about large business. But we also is quite understand and fully aware of the small business and the informal traders that are also significantly impacted through this. And you will see, Chairperson, that when we start going into the economic recovery aspects, that when we look at that interventions done by the KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs unit, that are looking at repurposing 67 million, excuse me, towards small, medium enterprises. And they are also looking at providing a number of other support aspects, particularly to fund and prioritize township rural businesses and informal traders. And the relief fund will prioritize, small, medium and businesses that were affected by the floods in eThekwini Metro, Ilembe, the King Cetshwayo District Municipality and Ugu District. They're also looking at working with other partners, to develop an implementation protocol, in terms of the trade and investment KZN, as reported previously in other forums. And then also criteria to access the fund will be made public once it's been approved, and a service level agreement will then be signed by the department and the trade and investment KZN. Then in terms of the Department of Trade and Industry, they're also looking at a number of interventions in the following three economic areas. So they're looking at working capital grants, where it is aimed to provide 30% of cost sharing to grant funding to small, medium enterprises and large manufacturing businesses affected by the floods, and particularly in that South Basin. For instance, the Toyota plant that has been affected quite significantly, and that as a result, the other ongoing manufacturing of parts and supplies to that plant. And then we're also talking about the infrastructure support grant, which aims to provide 50% of cost sharing grant funding, to affected by the floods for the reconstruction of physical and bulk infrastructure inside the premises. And then also the industrial loan component that aims to assist companies affected by floods through financing businesses that are not covered by insurance or funding insurance shortfalls. And companies that are not fully insured may also be funded through bridging facilities. So, Chairperson, in terms of just some of the disaster funding arrangements, I think it's important for us just to convey, that the intervention measures for disasters are essentially funded using the following approach. And it's important for us to understand this, going forward, is that the initial approach is that the existing budgets and grants are first utilized as allocated in line with the PFMA and the MFMA. And where further augmentation of interventions are then needed, the reallocation of funds from existing municipal and sectoral grants are made in line with Section 19 of the Division of Revenue Act. And then the concurrence of the NDMC and Treasury in this regard is needed. Then where further augmentation of interventions are needed, for instance, for emergency housing specifically, the municipal and provincial emergency housing grant, as administered by the Department of Human Settlements, may be accessed following compliance with the applicable grant framework to determine how the beneficiaries would benefit. And in this case, also there's a concurrence that is needed by the NDMC and Treasury. An alternative to that is the municipal and provincial disaster relief grant that is administered by the Department of Cooperative Governance, and that may be accessed following compliance with that grant framework. And in this regard, also the NDMC and Treasury, is required to provide concurrence. And then where further augmentation of interventions for the rehabilitation and reconstruction are needed, the adjusted budget process is utilized. And here also the NDMC and Treasury plays a role in identifying and providing concurrence on projects that is looked at. So, Chairperson, if we look at items C and D on the list, on the left-hand side, you will see the 2022-23 amounts that has been allocated in terms of these four grants, totaling just over 1 billion rand. And it's important for us to indicate that both National Treasury and the National Centre has already issued circulars to provide guidance to organs of state regarding the source of funding and the process that must be followed to fund these interventions that I've identified. So, Chairperson, in terms of requests for support that has been submitted to the Department of Cooperative Governance, and in specific the National Disaster Centre, the Department of Small Business Development on the 3rd of May submitted an application for 450 million. The purpose is identified to support distressed SMMEs, and the status of this is that the request is outside the grant scope. It was referred to National Treasury to look at available alternatives. If we look at, for instance, the second one from KwaZulu-Natal, that focuses on Department of Social Development, Human Settlements, Municipal Infrastructure and Disaster Management, the total amount is just over 1 billion. The purpose is to provide relief and response measures within the affected organs of state. The department is processing the request for repairs of municipal infrastructure. That work is ongoing as we speak, Chairperson. and the other requests are referred to relevant departments in terms of the social development and human settlements for their inputs and concurrence on the allocations. Chairperson, that work we expect to be completed if all the information is provided where needed by Friday. Then in terms of KwaZulu-Natal, the broader application that was made, that was received on the 9th of May already to the tune of 17.8 billion, which focuses on reconstruction and recovery work. The request has been shared with all the affected sector and National Treasury to be addressed through the budget adjustment process that I mentioned earlier, or for that matter in terms of the adjusted budget process. Then in terms of the Department of Transport, there is a request that was received on the 5th of May. The total amount has not been included, it's not indicated. The request for support on the reallocation of funding from departmental grants, it's the amount or the process that I spoke of earlier. The request has been analyzed and the department was requested to provide outstanding information for the NDMC to be able to apply its mind and provide concurrence to Treasury. Chairperson, I just want to also highlight that there are allocations and actions that accounting officers can take in terms of funding that do not require the impact or the input of the National Disaster Center. We just want to highlight here that in terms of KwaZulu-Natal, there was an advance transfer of 733 million to KZN from the Human Settlements Development Grant in terms of the existing baseline allocation. And then there was also an advance transfer of 189 million to KZN from the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant in terms of the baseline, the existing baseline allocation. And then also a transfer of 90.7 million for social development in terms of existing baseline allocations. In the Eastern Cape, the same in terms of 106 million as an advance transfer from the Human Settlements Development Grant. And then in terms of others, there has been approval for the DSBD for 50 million. And then also the conversion of 65 million of the Water Services Infrastructure Grant from capital to operations for hiring of water tanks, where those are needed and are providing services. And there's also been environment of 50 million from the Small Enterprise Funding Agency to the Small Enterprise Development Agency to establish a flood relief program to support small enterprises in distress because of the floods. So, Chairperson, all of these issues that I've presented on essentially is rolled up into this slide as a high-level progress. And essentially it talks about what are the inputs that government are currently making. It talks to the outcomes approach, that is well known within government. The activities in terms of phase 1 and some of the high-level activities that is listed in partnership with the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. Some of the outputs that are listed and then progress that have been made. And you will see, Chairperson, that we have taken the information, the progress that we have made in terms of, the 448 deceased persons that were recovered. These individuals, the autopsies that were needed were done. The inquest dockets were opened. The 88 missing person cases were opened. These cases are being investigated to link those individuals with individuals that may still be mortuaries as unidentified. We've listed search and recovery operations to locate the missing persons that are still ongoing. We spoke about burial assistance that is being provided and being expanded by the DSD and to donors. The reimbursements for those families that have been buried, their family members is being made where it is possible to do so, etc. Chairperson, I can go on. I've spoken to much and if not all of these matters during the presentation. In terms of phase 2, which talks more about stabilization and recovery, you would be able to see the progress that we have listed there, is that the restoration of essential services is ongoing, but in some areas the restoration of services will take time as they are dependent on the completion of major reconstruction work, of base infrastructure such as water treatment works, major pipelines, water aqueducts, distribution systems, etc. I've spoken about the 106 temporary residential units that have been built and the various units that is in the development phase, and the land parcels that the DPWI is being identified. I've also listed some voucher systems that are being rolled out by the Department of Housing and Donors. Social Development is providing social relief of distress grants to qualifying applicants, and the DTIC and the Provincial Department of Tourism, Economic Development and Environmental Affairs has formulated a package, and is busy working to roll that out to support small businesses. And then in terms of phase 3, Chairperson, I've also listed some progress that is made there. In terms of the assessment of public infrastructure damage that has been conducted and the respective provisional costs have been developed, the repairs to strategic infrastructure such as roads and ports and rail have been undertaken to ensure that economic activity can continue and can resume. The Department of Public Works is busy identifying suitable land for the redevelopment and the permanent residency of individuals in later stages. And then also the assessment of floodplains, my apology, to identify at-risk communities have already started and has been done in large parts of KZN. So, Chairperson, a second part of the presentation is just an update on the rain and floods that occurred, in KZN from the 21st of May. I'm going to touch on some of the slides in a bit more detail, and many of them I'm going to browse over. The slides were included based on a report that was provided at 8 o'clock last night to the Interministerial Committee on Disaster Management. But it's important for us to understand, Chairperson, that when we look at the slide on the left, this was the satellite image around 5 o'clock on the 21st of May that the South African Weather Service issued. And you can see that the cloud cover over the north eastern parts of the Eastern Cape, and then the entire KZN area. You can see on the slide at the bottom that it provides the accumulating precipitation, for the past 24 hours in a particular area. But the point I want to bring out in this is on the right-hand side is the early warning system that the South African Weather Service, together with the National Disaster Management Center, issues. Chair, it's important for us just to focus when a level 10 warning is issued. It is issued on a table that takes the likelihood and the impact as a function. So if we have low impact and high likelihood, it would provide you a different process or different score. And you will see that for some of those functions, it is a green area where it is just a watch, what they call a weather watch. The warnings get into the yellow zone and the orange zones, where once those are issued, it's quite significant. So you will see that for the warning that was issued on the 21st of May, according to my understanding, it was the first time that the South African Weather Service on this scale has issued a level 10 warning. And you can see the areas that is listed in red there was listed as level 10, but concomitantly a yellow warning was issued for the other areas of KZN. So it's important for us to understand that on that time, 2 of these warnings were issued. What were the preparedness measures then taken on the 21st? Once these measures were issued, from a provincial side, on the 20th, we already, well, it's like listed on the screen, we already received early warning from the Weather Service as early as on the 17th of May that they're expecting severe weather in KZN. And that information was shared with our colleagues. And as a result, the early warning task team that I referred to earlier in the presentation kept monitoring with the SA Weather Service around these issues. So on the 21st, when it was clear that the level 10 warning was warranted, the provincial HO or Joint Operations Center was activated. The head of department for COGTA convened a special ProfJoc with the DG and HODs, as well as municipalities. They then started to implement preparedness measures. On the evening of the 21st of May, the IMC in the province convened to take stock of the readiness that was taken and the preparedness that was made within the different areas. And they also briefed the national minister. The Interministerial Committee on Disaster Management met on the 22nd. They were briefed in terms of these matters and also the preparedness that was taken. So municipal disaster management teams within the province, they were utilizing various media platforms, loud dialing and so forth to inform communities at risk, that the weather is coming. The information was widely distributed to the media. We're aware that the Premier of KZN also issued a media statement. And the NDMC also alerted other provincial structures and requested them to be on standby should their resources be needed in terms of deployment, for instance, in terms of rescue and so forth. Chairperson, this is the presentation that was provided. I've included it here for the ICDM that happened last night. In terms of the purpose of the presentation, I'm not going to go into that. This is just an overview of the different preparations that has been made. I think it's important for us just to reflect in terms of the multi-sectoral immediate relief interventions that the province also put on standby and took. You can see that it is quite significant and broad and multidisciplinary. In terms of reported fatalities, Chairperson, there were 3 bodies that that were unknown and found and initially classified as flood victims according to the South African Police Service. But since that has been done, 1 post-mortem have been conducted, and it was confirmed that this person succumbed as a result of drowning. The other 2 post-mortems confirmed that 1 individual succumbed to natural causes and the other individual succumbed to a gunshot wounds. And then there was 1 fatality that was reported at Umvoti, awaiting details from, and the province is awaiting information from the municipality. In terms of eThekwini, there was a huge amount of rain that came through. You can see there the highest recorded rainfall was approximately 268 millimeters in a 24-hour period. That is quite a significant amount of rain. You will see, Chair, that they've also put rain gauges and river level analysis, and they have undertaken on an ongoing basis, and they used to map out vulnerable and high-risk areas and inform evacuation requirements. You will see that there is a huge amount of rain that fell in the Bluff, the Umdloti areas. Toyota noted as receiving 181 millimeters, though no damage was reported and canals in the area did not overtop. So you can see, Chairperson, that it's quite a significant amount of rain in a very short space of time. Saturated soils do create concern as a result of, and for embankment stability, and it was noted that the rainfall have subsided and the river systems have dropped in the last Chairperson, and I can say that I'm in KZN at the moment. The sun is shining. It's a it's a blue day. It's quite striking to see how the weather has changed since I arrived last night up until now. In terms of the eThekwini affected road infrastructure, there's been quite significant ones. The eThekwini Communications Department, together with Metro Police, have issued statements to warn the public on a number of areas. I'm not going to go through all of them, Chairperson, in terms of time, but you can see that there is quite a list of roads that have been flooded and damage that have occurred as a result of that. Let me go to the next slide. In one area, a family in Ward 40, consisting of 2 adults and aged 42 and 34, and 2 children have been evacuated due to collapse of an informal dwelling, and they've been moved to the Nozaza Care Center. You will also see, Chairperson, that the Bonetla community hall has been flooded, but it is not occupied. And then the fire service was in attendance to assist with clearing the water, because if the facility was to be utilized, it had to be ready. There was also 190 people moved from the Thais to Velma Hall, where relief, including mattresses and blankets, were delivered to those individuals. And you will also see that 44 units at the Waterways Retirement Village in Tongaat were evacuated to St. Catherine. No relief was required to be provided there. And then, Chairperson, you will also see that there were compromised buildings at North Beach Road in Loti. They were evacuated. I think you've seen a lot of the photographs, of these buildings in the media. Some of the, the relief materials that were provided to different areas. Chairperson, you can see that in the slide. Also, some of the, the system and at-risk areas that have been mapped, that the city is aware of and the province is aware of in terms of when it rains, and that communications and actions in these areas can be, can be focused. Chairperson, I think it's important for us to recognize that all emergency services were on the ground, including the search and rescue, the South African National Defence Force, some private organizations and various others. And they performed to a large extent most, if not all, of the evacuations that have taken place. You can see that the Parks, Recreation and Culture units were attending to fallen trees, where they occurred. The engineering units were attending to road blockages. Internal communications were undertaken throughout the night between regional managers, etc., and constant interaction observed between roads and stormwater maintenance and Metro Police to report on road closures and damages. Chair, you can also see that in the central business district, blockages were cleared last night. Equipment was dispatched from depots and so forth. You can see, Chairperson, that the following facilities were made available should evacuation needs arise in these different districts. And there's also, you would see that in terms of the health units, 80% of the health facilities indicated that there's some services that were interrupted. Mostly of it being minor leaks, of roofs and etc. Some of those issues are actually stemming from the previous event that occurred. You will see that the following facilities that I've reported on already, previously in the presentation, talks to those clinics and hospitals that are still reliant on water tanks. Chairperson, in terms of water and the impact, I'm not going to go into that. It's essentially listed in the slide, but you can see that in some areas there were minor impact or no impact. In some areas there were high impact. You will see, for instance, in the Loti area, there were some high impact areas. In terms of water treatment and wastewater treatment facilities, what are the damages and some of the actions that stems from this. The evacuation of affected communities, you will see that, and like I said earlier in the slide, Chairperson, we are busy compiling the information to understand how the events over the weekend will impact the number of halls and shelters that are currently there, and the number of people that have been taken up. But you will see, for instance, in some areas, work has already been done, and preemptive work has been done in order to divert water that would have essentially flooded tents to actually make sure that it does not do so. These are just some of the pictures, Chairperson, that was taken to show visually some of the damage that have occurred. The Mdloti pictures, one of the sites, some of the water infrastructure that we have seen that have been washed away, and some of the communications that have gone out in that regard. Chair, in terms of some of the more local authorities, the Kwadukas, I'm now struggling with the word. My apologies, Chair.
It's Kwadukuza.
If we look at this area, Kwadukuza, there we go. Chairperson, if we look at the areas in this area, you can see that there's a number of road infrastructure that have been affected. If we look at, for instance, in the Melville area, in Watwini, the R102 roads are accessible. Members of the public are urged to be cautious. These are all examples of how communication went out in the environment so that the public is aware of where they would be able to travel safely or not. In Wendwe, a local municipality, the impact is listed there. You can see that to date, there were no confirmed injuries and fatalities, although they were inaccessible to some areas as a matter of concern. That is still like that due to the April 22 floods. Chairperson, if I can go to, I'm not going to list all of this. There's quite a number of these. If you look at, for instance, in terms of district communications team, that was immediately issued a notice on Sunday, the 22nd of May, to all the affected community members, including sharing of information in various print and electronic media platforms. The technical services team was on ground attending to the problem in an effort to speedily resolve the supply. It is a recurring theme across all the different municipalities, Chairperson. And it's almost like a golden thread that runs through early warning that was issued by the weather service, leading to early preparedness and early messaging that went out by the province, by the municipalities, by the different departments, reaching into the communities and alerting them that there is danger and how they need to respond to that danger. Chairperson, just some of the damage that occurred in Umsenyati. There was a fatality in this environment where a building collapsed. You will see that assessments was done by the disaster management team and the Department of Human Settlements. The police and the forensic services were also activated, and they responded swiftly. And the immediate relief material was distributed to the family, and then also the individual that passed on. The information is listed. Chairperson, then there's a number of less impacted municipalities. The list is there. In interest of time, I won't deal with that. But you can also see from the presentation, Chairperson, that a lot of preparation has been made. And although the impact is not that big, the preparation lead to a large extent in the readiness of the municipalities to be able to deal with whatever event that may have occurred. So you can see that there's a lot of preparations that have been made. The dam levels have been monitored, etc. Chairperson, I'm not going to go into all of this, but you can see, for instance, in areas like the Hazelmere Dam, the dam storage capacity, where it was, these issues were looked at. What was the inflow estimated to be 200 cubic meters per second? No upstream gauging station is available. And then they also looked at the emergency protocols have been implemented, the river outlet at a maximum capacity of 47 cubic meters per second. And then all stakeholders have been notified. And this is a recurring theme for all the dams going down in the areas. Chairperson, this is also just providing some information about the Hazelmere Dam. You can see here as at 12 yesterday, the dam level was at 69%. Umgeni Water is now opening the emergency relief valves in a phased manner, and it just shows a picture of the dam and some of the damage that occurred during the previous event. Chairperson, this just talks to the different regions and the chief directors of the Department of Transport within the different areas that are on the ground and that were receiving information and sharing information within the different areas. Communication towers, how they were affected. I can, just in terms of a map that was provided by the province of where the different towers were and how they were affected. Also by MTN, how many are impacted in terms of floods, load shedding have an effect, and then others. Then also just some feedback or just high-level information about economic impact on the Richards Bay Harbour, some communication, confirming the availability and the operation of key issues like pilot tugs and bearing gangs and helicopters and so forth. Chairperson, this slide once again provides information about the contact details and the location information about disaster management centers within the province and the districts, and then the recommendations that were made to the ICDM in terms of that. So, Chairperson, that provides a high-level overview of the events that occurred, since Saturday, in conjunction with a briefing on progress that have been made in terms of the floods since they occurred in April. And as such, the recommendation that is made to the Ad-Hoc committee is that they take note of the progress made by the multi-sectoral integrated interventions to deal with the immediate humanitarian relief, stabilization and recovery, as well as rehabilitation and reconstruction phases of the disaster, and then also take note of the preparedness and impact of the rain and flooding that occurred from 21 May 2022 in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. I submit to you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I now just want to find out from the DG. I suppose you don't have any other presentations or comments to make at this stage. DG?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. None at this time. Thanks, Chair. I think everything has been said.
Thank you. I want now to hand over for the remainder of this session to the Honorable Nyambi, who is the co-chairperson of this Ad-Hoc committee, to hear what members have to say and for questions of clarity and comments. The Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Honorable Frolik, co-chair. We'll now get to that stage, as you have correctly announced it, of getting comments and some questions. I'll start with Honorable Brownseth, followed by Honorable McPherson. Then the third one, Honorable Detroit. Fourth one, Honorable Lesoma. Then it will be Honorable Kikaba. That will be the first round. The last round, it will be Honorable Zungula. Then the others will be the second round. Honorable Presidency.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Appreciate it. Co-Chair, just two quick questions. On slide 75, the presenter, Mr. Daisel, goes into great detail about the early warning alert for the past weekend, which I must say that we are very grateful for. We're grateful that at this juncture, the Ministry of COGTA got it right. There was an early warning system, alert level 10, that was raised from 5 to 10, and it was very well communicated. My concern, Chair, is that if one goes back, and this is something I touched on, or not touched on, but I went into great detail on the 26th of April, is that the similar warning was not issued in any great level of detail on the 11th of April. And the results of that were 443 deaths. Now we've seen now in clear stark contrast of when you get an early warning system right, how many people pass away. When you get it wrong, how catastrophic it is. And I'd like to know from Mr. Daisel or from the Minister or from the Ministry as to whether they can give us some level of detail on the early warning systems that were put in place or that were enacted on the 11th of April, because that really essentially is what this ad hoc committee is about. So I really would like some level of detail on that. We've got 2 slides on it in this presentation, which we're very grateful for, but can we get the same 2 slides for the 11th of April? That would be extremely useful. Then in the other document we received, which was a research document prepared by the various ministries, we received a list of roads that have been damaged and that SANROL have been directed at fixing. Now, a number of the roads that we know, because many of us in this group are from KZN and have been on the ground amongst our communities, are not on that list. What measures can we employ to make sure that all the roads that are affected, and I think, for instance, of the MR 551, which is the road down into Shongweni Valley, which was cut off and also severely cut off at one point where you could not pass, but since then residents have had to make their own arrangements to get through there, and other sections of the road which are severely undermined. And if one were to drive on those sections of the road and they fail while you're driving on them, you would literally tumble down a 50, 60 meter precipice into the valley below. So I'd like to know what COGTA is doing about making sure that roads such as that, and I'll say it again, the MR 551 is just one example of a road out in Shongweni that is extremely dangerous at the moment, and forms the main route from the Mpumalanga, Hammersdale area through to the Hillcrest area. And it is traversed by many, many taxis and many, many school children on a daily basis. And it's really in massive danger at the moment. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable McPherson.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a detailed presentation. So I just want to start off with some questions if I can. How much money is in the disaster management fund currently at the moment? And then my second question is how much money has been, or how much of allocated appropriations from the disaster management fund has been returned to Treasury in the last 2 years? What are the short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures and its funding? So the Minister and the Presidency had sort of spoken to us about sort of how they were breaking it up to be monitored, but I didn't really see anything in the presentation as to what do you believe are the short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures, and what is the specific funding allocation or requirements attached to that. So the gentleman went into some detail right at the beginning of how the National Disaster Management Centre works, who reports to it, so on and so forth. He then gave a provincial sort of mirror of that, of which in KZN we have no sight nor sound of since April. But the one critical link that misses is it involves everyone really except local councillors. And there's a lot of information, I think it's Mr. Dreisel that has given us, but much of that information is not known to anybody in any community, which I think is a great pity, because that may go to some way to sort of lessening frustrations amongst communities. So I just want to understand from the gentleman, what involvement is local government and specifically local ward councillors play in such a circumstance like that centre, and how do they access information about what is taking place? I'd like to know if COGTA has engaged with the provincial government on its own 300 million rand contingency fund that exists, because to date, there has been no pronouncement, particularly in the budget votes that took place in the provincial legislature last week or the week before, about why that money is not being used. So I find it strange that, that the province has its own contingency fund, yet it's not being used at all. And then I want to go to another worry that I have, which is the disconnect between what we are being told, what is happening on the ground, and what actually happens in reality. And the gentleman mentioned an amount of 733 million rand from the Department of Human Settlements Development grant being advanced as a transfer. Now, this is the exact same amount that the Department of Human Settlements spoke about in a committee meeting a week or two ago, and said that that money would not be available until after September, because National Treasury said that that money would not be advanced until such time as financial audits have been signed off. So I'm not sure that we can classify that amount, which makes up a large amount of the so-called 1 billion rand, which is what everyone's trying to sort of work out where that exists. 73% of that 1 billion rand is actually not available immediately. It's not available as an immediate advance. The department themselves have said that that money will only be available after September, which is obviously devastating for those people who want to rebuild their homes, as that would only be more closer like towards the end of the year. So I'm wondering where that information comes from. I'd be very grateful for those answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mapperson. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'd like to know with reference to the tenders that has been allocated up to now and other tenders being advertised, is there a vetting process that preceded the allocation of tenders? And if yes, could we please be provided with information on that? We're well aware of what transpired during the COVID time with tenderpreneurs entering the field, not knowing what is going on. We know what is going on in provinces at this stage, with people entering the construction business and then learning on the job. The role of this committee is to ensure that we do not sit with the same situation, but we're not privileged to the information on that. So if more information could be provided with regards to that, it would be appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. Honorable Lesoma.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and colleagues, and Minister and your team, and provincial delegations from 3 provinces. Honorable Chair, may I please switch off my video? Okay, it's much better now. No, I'll continue. I withdraw the switch off part of it. Chair, my questions will be informed by the presentation and also the earlier presentation that we have. And also some of the responses that Honorable Ngungubela and his team also gave us. In particular, Chair, in terms of financial related matters, not that one, we're Honorable Mkalipi asked about the numbers. Which numbers should we take as the actual numbers? And Honorable Gungumela directed us to say we must take the COGTA numbers in terms of the people that have been lost and those ones who are still missing during this period. So in terms of financials, Chair, I will cancel myself to take that route that on Wednesday I'll raise those matters. Secondly, Chair, probably a minister or her team will also just give me a sense of comfort, because I must declare I'm from KZN, in Durban in particular, that in terms of the slide that was showing the disaster management teams or heads in various municipalities and in provinces, I noticed that in Durban, there is a name there, because immediately after the meeting, I phoned this warm body to say I'm still alive, because it's alleged, I'm using that word very carefully, that you at ESCO, the mayor or the municipal manager couldn't say who's heading the disaster department. Nevertheless, I just want to say that probably in terms of the information and verification thereof, probably is very critical. So I put upon to the department that are we sure that the name of Mr. Vincent Kubani, who has the disaster in terms of your presentation, is the man. And I wouldn't necessarily ask you why then ESCO was not advised accordingly, because even myself, I know that he's the one. Having said that, Chair, the third point, we will all the time make reference to COVID-19 experiences in terms of the financial maladministration thereof. I would like to suggest that the minister and the department, if they also just caution the municipalities and water and sanitation department that when they deploy those JOJOs in particular, they must borrow the lessons from the COVID-19 where the JOJOs were placed in schools and there was no plan in terms of filling up those JOJOs so that they can be utilized for the school kids to wash their hands. I appreciate that the JOJOs will put in some of the communities where they are not accessible, but there must be a plan that will guarantee that those JOJOs are going to be filled with water so that people, our communities may also have access to water. Related to that, Chair, is the issue of the water tankers. I've been engaging in some of the stakeholder meetings in eThekwini in particular. If the department can assist us to solicitate from municipalities, can they declare where do they get the source of water that fills in the tanks? And also, has it been any means to ensure that it is a certain level of the quality of water that is consumable by human beings? Or have there been any communication to also to caution our communities that that water needs to be boiled and all those things? So I'm raising the issue in relation to health-related matters that could be unintended consequences while we want to speedily provide services to our communities. The other one, I won't repeat it because we're still going to engage on our oversight with the municipalities. The fourth point, or the fifth point, Chair, is around the restoration of the infrastructure, in particular the roads and the bridges. That in terms of the list of the NGOs and community companies or individuals that have assisted, I know 3-4 weeks back, I was at Tongat with the stakeholder engagement, and Tongat Hewlett declared that they are going to fix the bridge between Tongat and Hambanati, that cross the bridge that links those both sides. And I didn't see it reflecting there. If it can be followed up, because why I'm raising it, that would like when a private sector, which we really welcome and we're excited about it, that it gets acknowledged that they also have played their part in terms of assisting government in restoration of some of the infrastructure. The very last one, Chair, but I'll be guided by the Minister in her response that there is a Public Finance Management Act and the Municipal Financial Management Act. And I'm fully alive to the fact that ourselves as Parliament and provincial government, we have concluded and approved the business plans from various departments. And ordinarily then, the plans for disaster would not have been cooperated within their plans. So I'm urging that can be ensured that the departments and the various provinces, they follow the due processes in terms of reviewing their plans, so that at the end of the day, we don't also get an egg on our face in terms of AG saying that it's a fruitless expenditure, all those things, because we're rushing time to respond to our communities, which are very restless now. The last one, Chair, is the communication platform. I know I did raise it with when we're engaging with the presidency, but I have to raise it here for consistency purposes, that the communication platform that we are using, it should also take care of communities that have lost everything, not necessarily those ones in the community, in the community halls, even those ones also, even those ones who are still in their houses. They have lost everything, so they are not able to access the information from the platforms that traditionally we are using. It warrants us then to think out of the box in that space. I don't have a suggestion, as I'm saying now, but I think we must put our brains together and say, how do we communicate and reach out so that the impatience level then gets lessened, because there are things that are happening, but the communication and the simplification of that communication, I think is sometimes it's a little bit technical, as it were. Chairperson, I'll stop there for now. If there's a second bite, I'll come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next is Honorable Kikaba.
Thanks, Chair. Am I audible? There is load shedding.
Yes, you
on
are.
my side. Oh, okay.
You are.
Thank you very much, Ndiyabonga Sihlalo. Chair, I think from my side, one, we must thank the work that has been done by cooperative governance. According to the presentation, of course, which is left for us to go and see this weekend, people are in shelters, people are having water, and they are having food, which I think they are immediate, and that's what any people would need first. But I think from my side, I would want to raise the issue of education and the manner that it has been affected, because the presentation is not really coming up, which I know it's dealing with many issues. But if learners that were affected and they had to be moved from their homes and be placed, for instance, in the place of safety and in the halls, like it is mentioned in the presentation, it means the whole arrangement of learner transport is affected. What is happening then? Because if it's transport, I know that it is regulated how it needs to work. How are these children then going to school? Because they are supposed to be at school. And the fact that there are mobile classes that are arranged, we all know that is not instant. It doesn't happen as it is said, which means there is those learners are not in the classroom now. And if they are not in the classroom, where would they be? But also, in many times when instances like this, we forget that these children need a psychosocial support, because obviously a lot has happened. They have lost their books, they have lost their parents, many, they have lost their homes, they have lost almost everything. They have lost their clothes and they need to start a new life of sharing. So they need a social support. I'm raising this because you wouldn't want to get to a December when we need to report, we would be saying that we've got a high number of dropouts of learners that decided to drop out of schooling because of the situation. So I think part of the things that needs to be done is to make sure that we know that at least learners are in the classroom, something is happening. We don't miss, they don't miss curriculum. They are in the classroom, they are not missing curriculum, because we wouldn't want to see them missing curriculum. Now, the other point that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of the stakeholder support. There is a slide that speaks of the stakeholder support, the donation that have been received. My question is, are they monitored? If I come as Bongiwe and I donate 100 rand, is there something where I put myself as Bongiwe, I have donated this much, and it can be accounted for? Where did it go to? Because we would want to know if Pick n Pay has given much number of groceries. Those groceries, we would want them to be accounted for, because obviously they get somewhere, and somewhere they would have to be distributed to where they are supposed to be going. So we do have an interest of knowing, are they monitored, and will they be able to be accounted for at the end of the day? And then the last issue that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of there are still about 48 missing people according to the presentation. And what is extraordinary? What is extraordinary that is done in finding these bodies? Is there a hope that these bodies will ever be found? Because I mean, no families will make peace with the situation till they at least know that their people are found. So from my side, Chair, those are the issues, at least, that I thought I must participate on in the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kikaba. The next is Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to appreciate the presentation. I think, Chair, it's important that when we are dealing with this disaster, we have a two-pronged approach. The first would be dealing with the immediate problems and the immediate solutions. But we know this disaster, particularly in KZN and some parts of the Eastern Cape, that we always have rains from, this is not the first time we've had floods of this nature. So it's very important that the nature of the solutions also do take into account, proactive measures, so that we don't have a similar situation happening 10 years from now. So my first question would be regarding the geological rezoning of the country, so that all floodplains are declared unfit for residential and business purposes. This would be able to ensure that not only in the areas affected, Chair, but all over the country, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation whereby another disaster happens, for example, in another area, and you find that the people that are in those areas are living in those floodplains. If there was a geological rezoning, they would be spared from such a disaster. Does the minister not think it is prudent to move each and every person or all people that are currently living on floodplains, for their safety? The second question is regarding the involvement of the Council of Geoscience in the third objective, as highlighted in the presentation, which is the rebuilding and the reconstruction. How involved are they? Because in some of the issues that were raised, particularly on the topography and the geological technicalities, the Council of Geosciences could add a lot of value, can add a lot of value. Then the last question, Chair, would be, what is currently done to actually protect people who would want to run away from one unsafe area and think that another area is safe, but only to find that also that area is not safe as well? We know that this disaster struck beginning in April, but as of this last weekend, we've seen another high levels of floods. So it could happen that a person might have run away from one area thinking that area is unsafe, later on to realize that they're also running to another unsafe area. What is done to actually prevent people from taking such decisions or protected? Because people might not have the technical expertise to know which areas are safe or which other areas are not safe. And lastly, as this is an ongoing disaster, as a means of being proactive, what is done to engage churches? We know that churches have buildings that in some areas are currently used. So instead of waiting for another disaster to strike, and then where the ministry approaches churches, is there no way of being proactive and just talking to the churches currently in the Tekwini area where this disaster is mostly rife in, to make sure that should it happen that people lose their houses and they need to be immediately evacuated, there's quite a number of organizations that are on standby to receive those people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. We will come to the second round. Let's allow the Honorable Minister and the team to respond to the questions asked. Honorable Minister, you lead the team and allocate them the chance to respond.
Thank you very much. The DG and the disaster people would respond on the financial issues. And then also on the alert of the 12th of April, the disaster management center colleagues will respond to that. I would like to just respond to some and make an apology, because my understanding was that this meeting was going to start at 12 and end at 3. I have another meeting at 3 and I'm the first speaker in that meeting. So I might have to leave around 3 if this meeting is not done. Having said that, let me say that I'll just respond to the water issue, the quality of water. My understanding is that the water that is supplied comes from the sources that supply everyone. For instance, in the north, my understanding is that the water there comes from Hazelmere Dam, which would have been treated and which supplies a lot of other areas. They get filled at Ottawa and Canelands, and also Mhlanga, Pearls of Mhlanga. And then in the center, they also get filled in Springfield and Reservoir Hills. For the south, they get filled at the Sapi. So the quality of the water, from what I understand, is the same as the quality that comes from people's taps. That's the issue of learners. The provincial head of COGTA will respond to that one. And let me say that we all are looking at how to prevent loss of lives.
But at the moment, of course, we are saying that we must build back better, which means those people that whose homes were washed away or destroyed, or who were on the floodplains or on the areas where there are mudslides, should not go back to those areas. That is why we are working with the Department of Public Works. We're looking at the pieces of land that are suitable for residential areas, so that those pieces of land would be the ones that are used to build so that the people don't go back to those places. But let me also say, if we had the means right now, we could be moving everyone, even from for instance, from the hilly places where the mud can actually slide and their houses could be destroyed. Now, it might be easier also, because even when we visit the shelters, we do talk to the people about them not going back to their original places if their original places are risky. But now they are more understanding. They are more understanding, and I hope that in future we'll be able to do that. But if we all had all the budget, we could be moving them even now, even those who are still there who were not affected, but where we know that that place is risky. So it's something that we all want. And in terms of the geoscience, I think Public Works is working with them to determine which areas, which pieces of land are suitable and which pieces of land are not suitable. I think for now, I'll leave it at that myself and then ask the rest of the team to respond to the other questions.
Minister, because we are mindful that you have got that engagement at 3, so I think it will be in order to allow Honorable Mkalipi and Honorable Mangu and Honorable Mente to raise their questions, so that if maybe there's anything that you want to comment on, so that when it's your time to leave, the DG will continue with our session. Honorable Mkalipi.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, ngiyabonga kakhulu Chair. Please allow me to switch off my video because of the connectivity, Chairperson.
Thank you. We are allowed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Minister, sorry if I will repeat what I have raised when you come in front of COGTA, but since the presenter here, I can't remember his name correctly, Mr. Janken, because we need to be practical when we deal with these issues, Minister. I know very well that you also attempted to attend some of the issues that I raised at COGTA level. Earlier on, we engaged with the Minister in the Presidency, and the issue of capacity was raised, and he was also very frank to say that we can't rule it out, the issue of capacity now in the government. Since we are dealing with a very, very sensitive matter that needs to be very specific and being practical, and I think my honorable member here, my colleague, Honorable Minor, also raised that people are impatient with us. It's well and good to get an update from the department on what has been planned to be done and so on and so on. But as long as what is put on the paper is not reaching to those people who have been affected by floods, people are not going to take us serious, especially as members of parliament who are supposed to do the oversight to the executive. Minister, I just want to get a clarity. Some of the issues I sent it to you on the phone, but since Mr. Janken is here, who is also responsible for disaster management, I just want to get a clarity. How do you coordinate this work now? I know some of the colleagues have raised this point, which we are dealing with floods that took place in April. Unfortunately, there are floods that took place this weekend as well. So now it means there's a lot of issues that we need to deal with, especially with the people who have been affected. So I'm still dealing with issues that are raised in April, and we even debated this issue of floods here in Parliament. And some of the issues that we raised during that debate has not been also been attended to. The issue of Buthelezi family, let alone that the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal have committed to say he's going to make a follow-up there when Buthelezi family lost 3 members. And you also gave me a feedback to that regard to say that no, in fact, they have used their own burial. So therefore it takes time. But I mean, what is the time frame, Minister? We are talking about poor families here who need immediate intervention. The second thing I want to know from the presenter, who is responsible for disaster management in the department. Mr. Tao was very effective, was very, very responsive in his work. And on the 15th of April, I sent an email with 300 or more than 300 names of people of Amawoti, Ward 52, Ward 53, Ward 57, who got affected by floods. Unfortunately, none of them has been responded to. So I just want to get a time frame because we're dealing with issues that are affecting poor people here. So if we are saying as public reps, working with activists, working with councillors on the ground, okay, let us assist, let us take your information to the relevant department. But you find that there's no one who's responding to their needs or to anyone who does not even say anything to say we've got this information from this member, so we are working on it. Nothing. And people balasha itemba. And they will come here and give an update report, which does not reflect on what's happening on the ground. So I really want to get that thing because I sent an email as per the advice of Mr. Juncan, and he gave me the email address of COGTA in KZN. None of person was responded to. None of people was responded even to me to be updated as a member of parliament to say, honorable member, you submitted 300 names. So this department is dealing with nothing. So some of the issues, for instance, we are talking about immediate relief, like SASSA must come to the front and social development, but there are problems as well. There are problems as well. And people are complaining to say that we have been put in this community hall, but what is happening? We go hungry on daily basis. But as leaders, we do intervene. We talk to you, we talk to everyone, please go and intervene there. But so how do you coordinate this program? How do you monitor this program to say people have raised these things and now is a department? And how do you ensure what the relevant department now who's supposed to go and help, they does do the monitoring as a matter of intervention, because it's unacceptable that we give you information 15 April, now is even more than a month. People are saying, no, we have not heard anything from anyone. And still Lima Hall, asas nalo so Pumas Begepi, says decided notice Pumele, so no one cares about us. So that thing of coordination, Minister, if you can be clarified and the information that we send it to your department, Kanti, swap information, swap Minister. So those are the things that I want to raise. The last thing that I want to raise as well is the issue of water that, Minister, you also alluded to in a form of a presentation. The issue of water at eThekwini, it does not start with this pandemic of floods. The issue of water has been there at eThekwini as a problem, and it's still a problem, and it's going to be a big problem because floods have added to the issue of challenges of water. So now to come here to say, no, in fact, we are intervening in the issue of water is not true, because we've been raising this thing lately at eThekwini. If there's a burst pipe at eThekwini, people are phoning, giving many reference number, is not attended to until we ask for people who are presiding over that department to say, can you go and intervene? There are 6 reference numbers. No one seems to care, Minister. And I think water department must come and explain themselves, say why the situation is getting bad. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mango.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister, your team, MECs and colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation, Minister. Couple of points one would like to raise. Number one, I think Honorable Mkhaliphi might have touched on this, but my angle is that most of the presenters by the last presenter where he was referring to sources who had given information either the 12th or the 13th of May. And yet today we are sitting on the 23rd of May. So which means many of those things he would have been given by any department could have been totally outdated. For me, it's something that I would suggest, Minister, that you look into and see if we can get as updated information as possible. Especially we are dealing with a disaster here, and I think we need to get as fresh information as this committee as possible. That is a suggestion. It can be taken on board if you think it's fair. There is a very minimal mention of the SANDF, and I think their role is limited in the main to search and rescue. The question really is, why is the Defense Force not involved in bigger issues? Because they've got huge capacity, especially in their engineering space, building bridges and roads and all those things. Wouldn't it be better? It's a government department, you capacitate them, they could get in and intervene quite quicker. So that is the second question. Also, maybe it could be considered. Now, there's been a mention a couple of times about assessments being done, tenders being issued, tenders going to be awarded. And we are aware that Treasury had issued an instruction based on a court application or Concord success by one organization, which I won't mention and give them free airtime, but stopping tenders. The question is, can we be assured that exemptions have been given to these municipalities or provinces who we are told are going out on tenders now? Because if they have not got that exemption, I don't know how they hope to achieve that. Now, the issue of bridges has been mentioned, a couple of bridges. And once more, it's said, because we are now talking of 18 bridges, which have been mainly affected by the floods, whereas we had a serious backlog of children crossing filled water, rivers, and so forth. Specific question to that slide says the province will confirm funds by the 13th of May, and the work will start by the 1st of June. Now, today is the 23rd of May. Has the province confirmed those funds? If they have confirmed, what specific measures or processes have been put in to make sure that by the 1st of June, they will really start the work? My experience is that I don't think it is possible, but that is my comment. Now, of concern to me, Minister and team, is very little mention is being made of passenger rail infrastructure. We had only one line in the morning by Honorable Minister Gungubele, which just identified passenger rail, and yet we know that there is quite so much that is damaged in that space. The question is why? Or is it not the role of COGTA and their coordination and the disaster team to close that gap? The backlog at the South African Police Services laboratories, forensic laboratories, has been well documented. Where I'm sitting, I'm not sure if those matters were resolved totally. If they were not resolved, what impact does that have on the post-mortem results and so forth that needs to happen? Or what exactly is happening there that SAPS labs particularly, or any other labs, could do something extraordinary than what they are normally doing? Last but not least, nothing has been mentioned of it, but I guess not everything will be mentioned in such a presentation. One of the major causes of floods, specifically in our municipalities, is blocked stormwater drainage. We are not talking about damage, we are talking simply blocked. Again, as a suggestion to colleagues who are from the provinces, maybe you need to consider, while there's still sun, I'm told there's sun, that work is done to unblock stormwaters. You will be amazed at how much specifically street vendors, go ahead and block our stormwater drainage inlets in particular. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Mangu. The last, it's Honorable Mente.
Okay.
Unmute, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I'm going to shoot straight, and I just want to put it on record. I'm not going to engage this presentation because it's a presentation that was done way before, 2 weeks before they come here. And I'll tell you why. When it gets to water and what's the progress of water, the last update was 16 May. When it gets to road, the last update was 16 May. When it gets to funds requested, the last update was 7 May. And those are just all the sources. It means that there was never an interaction. There's no touch and feel. There's no talking to the people. There's no investigation on the ground. There's no visiting the people. There's no talking to communities. And our job is to ensure that people are engaged, people are serviced, people receive what's due to them. So I am not going to engage this presentation, and I'm hoping that during our visit over the weekend, we are going to summon the department to come back and give us the full update and an extent at which their intervention has gone so far. Now, here is my question that I have. Given the extent of the damages of the roads and the districts, their last update is talking to district. We need an update that's going to talk to municipalities. At least for the KZN, the last update was talking to municipalities. But when it comes to the Eastern Cape, the update is not talking to the municipalities, it's talking to district. Let me make an example, Minister. Insika yethu has got the stretch of only 6 kilometers on a tar road. The rest of the roads are gravel. None of those roads are covered by the disaster from all the information and presentations you've made to the committee, which is the COGTA committee. And you have touched on that with this presentation, which I'm not willing to talk to because it's a very old presentation. Now, I want to check with you when you come to us. Can you give us the stretch of the roads within communities, not the stretch of the roads that are covered in the tar? The entire Insika yethu, Ingcobo and Lukanji has got very minimal tar road. They have the stretch of like 10, the longest is 12 kilometers, which is in Lukanji. Engcobo and Insika yethu, they have got like 6 and 8 kilometers. And the rest of it is gravel. Those people right now have resorted to carrying corpses in step ladders to go to the graveyard. They can't access graveyards, they can't access hospitals, they can't access schools. And that information has been sent to the COGTA Eastern Cape. None of it is covered anyway. And none of those roads are covered anyway. There's no talking of regraveling. There's no talking of fixing the bridges within the communities where people are, not the tar road that is on the R61 all the way from Queenstown to Umtata when you are talking about the Krisani district. The second thing, Minister, that I want to talk to is the requested amounts. You have requested funding in terms of the provincial damage infrastructure and where transport is concerned. Is there any movement with the funding that was requested in terms of the infrastructure of transport or on the roads and the entire infrastructure of transport? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Honorable Minister, I can assure you that the glitches in terms of the issue of time will never happen again. We'll look at it so that in future, once we indicate the time, we stick to it and there are no problems in terms of the time allocated. And wanted to accommodate you so that you can be able to attend your 3 o'clock meeting, but you can use the few minutes if ever there's any out of the questions raised by the last round that you are not referring to the DG to comment and do your parting shots. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. just starting with the very last issue about requested amounts of money. There is an official from Treasury who will respond to that, because we send the request to Treasury. So, and she will respond even to the earlier questions about the 700s from human settlement and so on. And the province is also here. The COGTA, the head of department, I'm not sure about MEC, but head of department is here. So, and then I also want to say, yes, I agree that municipalities should really look at the storm water drainage. Yes, it is sunny. I've been here since the rain and now it's sunny. But I also want to say to Honorable Mente, I don't think it's fair to say COGTA is not going to everywhere, because we can't be everywhere. We can only coordinate. We are a small department. We don't have people to go to every shelter, to every road. We can only rely on the information that is given to us. So we do go. I mean, this morning I started in one of the shelters before I came here. We do go to some of the shelters, but I can't claim that I've been to all the shelters. Even I can't claim I've been to all the roads. I've seen some. To say it's COGTA that must do. I also want on the questions of the Defense Force. The Defense Force is the one that is mandated by Public Works. They work with Public Works to build the Bailey bridges. And they are the ones who are going to be building them. So they are involved, but they can only do what Public Works asks them to do in terms of the infrastructure. But you are correct that they have huge capacity. So maybe it's something we should take back and raise and see if they could be involved in other things as well. The people have got exemptions. Yes, Treasury has said that people must ask for exemptions, not only for the disaster, generally, because government can't stop doing the work, but everyone who wants to do something to put her tender must get an exemption from Treasury. Water, I think the province is here, but on the Buthelezi family issue, I really think there's nothing we can do as COGTA. The funerals were organized by the province, and it was going to be absurd to say National must organize the funerals, or it would be absurd. So everything funerals, the province were supposed to do, which they did, but they said, when I inquired, that there are 199 families to the Premier directly. And he said that they are going to refund them. And I've been updating this. I've been asking, even yesterday, we met as the national. I asked the same question. How many have been refunded? And the question was, the answer was, there's a process and I can't deal with that because it's the province. There's nothing I can say more than what you of funerals, including the Buthelezi funeral. So they are processing it. We are asking how. And then 300 names. I don't know, the province is here. If you send it to provincial, they are here. They will be able, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for availing yourself, and the team will continue with the DG to respond to the rest of the question. All the best in your next engagement. DG.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. And with your permission, I'd like to actually keep my camera off if possible, just to make sure that the bandwidth remains adequate and I trust that I'm audible. The first question that I would like to respond to is the one that was raised by Honourable Dean McPherson, where he's asked, what is the disaster management fund within the department? What is the value of that disaster management amount? I want to say that we have 570 million for the disaster management grant. And of course, if you look at the extent of damage within the province, it's an amount that would in no way be able to adequately address all the damages that have been experienced by the province. All other issues that are financial related, I want to be, with your permission, Chair, call upon Ulrika Britain, just so that you can respond to the question by Honourable Tim. Brataset, I hope I said it correctly. And I think it was also an issue that was raised in this regard, also by Dean McPherson, Honourable Dean McPherson, my apologies, on the 300 million contingency. Thank you, Chair.
Another person who's with you. Next.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. So just on the question around the roads and the project list, Honourable Prata said, we will take this up with the Department of Transport, the National Department of Transport and SANRAL, and to check on whether that is a complete list that they have published and how they interface with provinces and municipalities and communities in ensuring that the updated list of damaged roads is complete. In relation to disaster management funding and the disaster grants, as DG Williamson had said, we have, and what Mr. Daisel had presented was what we have as what we call the immediate relief grants and immediate response grants. That's governed by the Division of Revenue Act. Those grants we can disperse at a classification of a disaster in relation to the emergency or the immediate relief grants on the DCOG vote. The emergency grants or the housing emergency grants on the human settlements votes gets activated through a declaration of a housing emergency. And at the request of those transferring officers, will we then release the funds. Another mechanism available in the budget, and we don't call it necessarily a disaster management fund, but the budget does make provision for contingencies, and that is the contingency reserve, which we will only have access to once the 2022 appropriation bill is enacted. So we don't necessarily keep money related for disaster management specifically earmarked, we have these immediate relief grants, and then we have all these other mechanisms within the budget to deal with some medium-term interventions or the longer-term interventions that goes with this. I'm sorry, Honorable Macpherson, I wasn't able to get into the system quick enough to do a full-on historic analysis of the spending on our emergency relief grants. But what I can tell you is and this is preliminary numbers for 2021-22, so they have not yet been audited, that on the municipal emergency housing grant, the Department of Human Settlement spent 40%, on the provincial grant, they spent 3% in the last financial year. When we come on Wednesday, Honorable Chairperson, we will do a multi-year analysis of the spending on these grants. In relation to the Department of Cooperative Governance, we have better spending. We had moved the money out of the provincial disaster response grant into the municipal disaster relief grant last financial year, and we had 76% spending on that one. Then just in relation to the question around the contingency fund at the provincial level, the head of the provincial treasury is on the call, but I suspect, like the 5 billion rand that we have in the contingency reserve, this is a similar 300 million rand in their contingency reserve that is also subject to their budget legislation being passed. And that is why nobody's talking about it right now, because we're waiting for the legislative processes on that to be completed. In relation to Honorable De Tooit's question around the vetting process on procurement, we had issued a Treasury instruction note for PFMA institutions to report on a weekly basis on procurement. And this is really in a way to kind of understand a lot earlier in the process how accounting officers and accounting authorities are issuing out tenders. They report on that on a weekly basis, and we're busy setting up the systems so that that can be published on the OCPO website, like we did with the COVID-19 grants. In relation to Honorable Manu's question around procurement and exemptions, so we had issued a new instruction note at the end of March that with effect from 1 April 2022, emergency procurement exemptions and deviations and the like will all be now the responsibility of the accounting officer. So no Treasury approval will necessarily be required, but accounting officers and accounting authorities will be required to report to us on when they do that. So we have made some changes in there that should help in this process. We have also reminded all accounting officers and accounting authorities of this. And then on the passenger rail infrastructure and why we are silent on it, that is because we are currently having conversations with the Department of Transport on how this is then being funded for within the various different earmarked allocations that we have for PRASA. PRASA is a serial underspender of its capital budget, and we're looking at the mechanisms available in their budget for the 2.9 billion rand estimate that they are putting on the table to restore railway services. We do expect a letter from the Treasury to the Department of Transport to go out on that soon. Then Honorable Mente on the movement of roads. Similarly, we've had some issues with the Department of Transport, and one of the big things that we needed to clarify with the Department of Transport, and the big principle that we have established around responding to this disaster is that even though this is a national disaster, the intergovernmental framework and the powers and functions of provinces and municipalities around the authority to deliver on services will remain. And just because this is a national national disaster, it doesn't mean that national government will take us over. So the initial intention that SANRAL will be doing everything and the funding flows around all of that needed to be clarified. So whilst we understand that the province will now be appointing SANRAL as an implementing agent on their behalf, the funding streams will then go through the existing funding mechanisms that we then have, and that is what we are clarifying with the department. We are currently waiting on a request from the department in terms of Section 19.1 and Section 19.6 of the Division of Revenue Act, so that we can grant the approvals to ensure that the funds then flow through the correct mechanisms available. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. HOD, COGTA, Eastern Cape, the question of road raised by Honorable Mente.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I did have a break somewhat, but I can report to say we, as COGTA, consolidated all the information relating to the damages of roads to the Department of Transport. And we are expecting a report from them because our role is to coordinate, and all the roads that have been damaged in the Eastern Cape have been consolidated. There's a Cape memo that we're taking to the special escort that is going to be this week. And the roads, all the roads that have been damaged are there. And the transport did indicate that they will be as well looking for budget in making sure that they attend to that. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. DG, who's next?
Thank you, Chair. The next person will be Jochen Steisel, and he will respond to some of the issues just around the Constitution, of the coordinating arm that we use nationally and provincially, and so on. Thank you. If I could hand over to him, Jochen.
DG, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I'll start with the early warning alerts. The question by Honourable Brautenseff. In terms of the, the early warnings that we issued. The first early warning was issued already on the 7th of April. And by the 11th of April, the early warning was issued or upgraded to a level 5 for the inland parts of KZN and a level 8 for the coastal areas. And on the 12th of April, that was upgraded to a level 9. But to respond to the issue about what is different between, the way in which people responded in terms of the first warnings and the second, it's very important, Chairperson, to understand that there are two key components in terms of early warning response. The one is to ensure that the early warning goes out in the different channels as soon as the information is available and as wide as possible. And the second part is the issue that's more difficult to control. And that is the issue about how people perceive and react to early warning information. And that is very important for us to understand in this particular two events, because in the first event, the people did not react in timeously, first of all, and for that matter, you find that the response to dealing with the event is compromised to a degree. In the second event, Chairperson, we had a significant understanding of what was going on. Public perception and response to this issue is much different. And for that matter, people were taking the information on and they were responding to that. So I think that is a very important aspect. I think that is something that continuously through awareness programs and capacity building issues that the National Centre is doing. We're working in our early warning capability section to make sure that the information is broadly available. If people want to be on the groupings and would like to receive this information, they're more than welcome to contact me, and I will ensure that they get involved and linked to these matters. Chairperson, the other matter that I want to just touch on is the question that was raised about the involvement of local government in the structures. It's important for us to also highlight here that at the provincial meetings, the provincial JOCOM meetings that is taking place, municipalities are afforded the opportunity to come and present their reports and their inputs, on a daily basis as the Prof JOCOM is meeting. My understanding is that the meeting is taking place each day at 4 o'clock, and that during those meetings, the municipalities are providing their reports for taking up into the provincial structure, but also to listen to the reports and then to understand how to coordinate and to respond to the actions that is shared by the different provincial departments. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. DG.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, with your permission, call upon Mr. Sibone Province just to respond to some of the questions around water tankering and so on. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Powell? TG?
I'm sorry, I'm not so sure what has happened to Mr. Bane. In essence, he was going to be looking just to respond to the issues of declaring, resources around water tankering, what the quality of water situation.
Your line has got an echo.
Not so certain why, Chair, because I've also made sure that I've kept my camera off. I think it's just bandwidth issues. I hope it's a bit better now. I've also made sure I've increased my volume. So I hope that does assist. Is that better, Chair?
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, so I was hoping that just from a provincial perspective that Mr. Bane would have been able to respond to that. And perhaps maybe just one other point that was raised was just around monitoring.
DG, your line is very bad. It's getting extremely bad. There's an echo and we can't follow what you're saying.
Okay, Chairperson, I'm not so sure how to resolve it. All I can say it must be a bandwidth issue. So perhaps I will then ask if I could just hand over.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Is there anyone else in the room with her from the department or who's on this call that also has their mic open or speaker on? Because it's a feedback from another device. That's the issue.
Yeah, it seems as if it's a feedback from another device. I don't know. DG, don't you have any other device that is connected to this session so that it can be switched off? Maybe the line will be better.
Chairperson, I have no other device switched on and I'm only person in the room. So that is definitely not a problem.
It's still having that echo. I don't know what's the problem. That was the deal with the last part, if you may. Let's see what the line is still doing the same thing.
Okay, the last part was just to do then with the monitoring of donations and how that process is undertaken. And that is the question that also comes through from Honorable Gaba.
Yes.
Perhaps if Ulrika can hear me, maybe she can also assist with responding to that.
Who's that?
Ulrika. She's showing her face now.
Ulrika, can you assist the DG?
Okay, Honorable Chairperson. So donations in the PFMA, at least in the Treasury regulations, or at least it's governed in the Treasury regulations. So any accounting officer of a department can accept donations, whether they are in cash or whether they are in kind. Donations that are in cash are then deposited into the relevant revenue fund. So if the province is collecting or provincial departments are collecting cash donations, that then gets deposited into the provincial revenue fund. And as you know, only an act of parliament can withdraw funds out of a revenue fund. Where they are in-kind donations, that will then be recorded in the financials of that relevant department to deal with, to account for those donations. Where we do have international donations from our international development partners, that comes through what we call the RDP fund, the Reconstruction and Development Program Fund, in terms of the RDP Fund Act. And those donations are usually for specific purposes. We haven't received a specific call or specific donations in relation to this disaster relief. So everything is accounted for in terms of what our development partners would like us to do with that money. The rules around that donations is dependent on the rules that is then set by each of those development partners and their program requirements. So it's not standardized on how that money gets dispersed, what it gets dispersed for. So that's the one component or the larger component of it. We do know that there has been some commitments that has been made from the Canadian government, but that means directly to the International Red Cross and we are still working on the modalities around commitments that were made from other development partners. Thank you very much.
No, Ms. President, we can also touch the 783 million. I know that you have written on the platform, but for the benefit of all the other members that might have missed it, because the question is asked by Honorable Macpherson is for the benefit of all the members of the Ad-Hoc committee. So if you can deal with that question, please.
Okay. My apologies for my oversight early on, Honorable Chairperson. So what we can see in the system is that the Department of Transport had transferred, the Department of Human Settlements transferred 733 million rand to the province in April. As of Friday, a further 183 million rand was transferred to KZN on the Human Settlements Development Grant. To the Eastern Cape, we had 105 million rand transferred in April and a further 118 million rand transferred in May. Also on the Human Settlements Development Grant, in relation to the Informal Settlements Partnership Upgrading Grant to KZN, 189 million was transferred from the department to the province in April and a further 52 million as at 20 May 2022. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, colleagues. This is the presentation and the responses from the Department of COGTA. And it was good to have both presentations today, so that come weekend when we get to KZN on the ground, we try to relate with what has been presented to us and the practical situation on the ground, as we've agreed when we're discussing as the Ad-Hoc committee. Honorable colleagues, allow me now to take this opportunity to just remind those that are connected on the platform and those that are following about what we have agreed, that the oversight visit, the coming one, the 27th to the 30th, will be in KZN. Then from the 3rd to the 5th of June, it's Eastern Cape. From the 10th to the 12th of June, it's Northwest. Not unless there will be changes once we're done with the budget votes to have others during the course of the week, of course, mindful of other commitments from other members. But now, let me take this opportunity, before I can do that, let me allow you, Honorable Presidency.
Chairperson, thank you so much. Chairperson, I don't want to take you back, but Mr. Daisel did not answer my question. My question was simply, in the presentation we were given on slides 74 to 75, we were given the full ambit of the response by the city relating to this past weekend's storm. The question I asked is, was the same pattern followed, not by the South African Weather Service? There's no argument that the South African Weather Service issued the warnings on the period 8 to 12 April. But what I raised in the joint debate with the president there, and the president acknowledged that this was a problem, was that that same level of warning was not given to the residents over the weekend of the 8th to the 12th of April. And so I want to find out from Mr. Daisel if he can go away and send back to the committee a report on what actions were implemented by the eThekwini municipality when the South African Weather Services reports came through and when there was that rapid escalation up to level 9 on the 11th of April. Because I think that is a problem area that we need to pick up and make sure that doesn't happen again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Presidency. Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Chair, my concern was not answered as well. And I heard the minister saying that the province will be here to answer, because I raised a very pertinent questions to say that this is not the first time we are engaging with such a presentation, and there are things that have been sent to the department. And I specifically asked the coordination, and I said specifically, a person who was doing the presentation here on behalf of the disaster is the person that I communicated with on the 15th of April. Today is what? It's more than 30 days. So I don't think it's fair if I'm not going to be responded to, because when I sent a list from the poorest of the poor, it's not from my own list, it's from the people. So now if the department coming here does not even care just to explain how far with this intervention that they are coming to present here. I think they must respond to my concern and tell me what must I say to these people that you are claiming to represent here, both ourselves and the department. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Macpherson.
Yeah, thanks. I raised a very important issue around the so-called 1 billion rand, of which 73% comes from the so-called advanced human settlements grant. I made it very clear that the department itself has said that that money will only be available in September after the financial audits have been completed. Everyone has just glacially overlooked 73% of how they think they're going to deal with the immediate upfront challenges. I mean, that it can't be acceptable to this committee that we put a very real issue towards them and everyone just ignores it and hopes to be able to make it for their afternoon tea. So, I really think that COGTA need to come back to us and need to have a discussion with human settlements, because they can't come and tell us that 73% of the 1 billion rand is made up of money that's only going to be available in September, because that's just not going to work. And again, it creates false expectations in communities that this money is coming today, and it's not. And I find it hard to believe that all of these departments sit in the same cabinet, sit in the same forum, and speak to each other like they're in different governments. So this is a very, very concerning thing. And I really don't appreciate it when, important questions are just glacially overlooked. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have a plea to make to you. I think we have to meet the department face-to-face during our visit in KZN. We really have to find a slot to meet face-to-face, because I think perhaps is the issue of us meeting on the screens, and we are really not getting the proper coverage in terms of the issues. So the last one I'm going to ask is I think the director or the manager which spoke on behalf of the Eastern Cape COGTA, who said there is a list that they are going to present to the EXCO. Can that be made available? Because us who do the physical oversight of the disaster in our constituencies, and we have visited several provinces, we know the extent of the damage. Can we then be privileged to know which areas is it going to be presenting on, which areas in fact are included in their list of roads that are going to be taken care of by the disaster management? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tubane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am Thando Tubane, who's the accounting officer for KZN COGTA. There are some questions that have been posed, Chair. Maybe I think one can try to be of assistance to the committee.
Please do.
Yeah, one relates, I think, Honorable Lesoma raised an issue about the Mr. Ngubane, whom we know as the head of the Disaster Management Center in eThekwini municipality. Our position and our knowledge as the department is that Mr. Ngubane is the head of the center. If there has been changes, we have not been informed about those particular changes. We continue to interact with him. There was another question about the filling in of water to the JoJos, and reference was also made to the pandemic situation where certain JoJo tanks may not have been filled with water. We are aware of some of the instances, but luckily I was personally involved together with the late HOD for education in managing the transportation and filling of water into the water tankers. And some of the problems that were arising during the filling or during that process were speedily dealt with because certain municipalities demanded a lot of money from the Department of Education, and the Department of Education felt the costs were too high. So we had to come in and try and stabilize the situation. One of the questions that the committee raised relates to the partnership between the private sector and government in the restoration of the damaged infrastructure as well as the support. Where we are aware that there are private initiatives that are aimed at rebuilding the province because of the disasters, as the provincial government, we do come in, but where we don't, it becomes difficult for us to. I'll also make one other example where various donations, significant amount of money from private companies were donated to the NGOs. So we have got no line of sight as to what has been donated, how much, and for what purpose it was. So it gives us a little bit of discomfort when we are required at times to respond with regards to those donations. The issue was also raised as to the learners who are affected, as to what has been our response as the provincial government. As the report did indicate that there were private shelters where affected individuals were moved to, and it became clear that in some of these facilities, there were learners, but we developed an action plan to deal with the learners that were there. We had to find schools closer to where they are. Learning material had to be sourced for some, and food was arranged. So these are the mitigating factors that we took into account when we visited some of the shelters. We're not saying everything has been 100%, but I think it was in an effort of trying to mitigate and alleviate some of the challenges that we are seeing. Another question also relates to the missing bodies. 48 people who are said to be missing. It is true. The rescue missions were carried through. The committee may also know that we got teams as far as the Western Cape, from Free State, from South African National Defence Force, and SAPS, all of them really trying to search and rescue, which they did. But unfortunately, we can't account for these 48 bodies, and the search still continues. It is as unfortunate as that, to an extent where in one of the meetings of the MECs, I said one of the issues we may need to look into now is to bring the Department of Correctional Services into the picture. Maybe there might be a declaration on the presumption of death of some of these individuals, because we know if someone is not dead or someone has not been presumed dead, there are certain consequences that cannot follow. So I really advocated that let's bring the Department of Justice into the picture now, because we have got 48 people whose the chances of finding them alive are very minimal. We then did, I think Honorable Mkhaliphi also raised the issue of the list of about 150 or so individuals. I think after the meeting, Honorable Member, I'll engage with my colleague from the National Department to check as to what could have happened to this list, and we'll attend to it as soon as is possible. We'll do that today. I think Honorable Zungulati did raise a very critical issue about the topography, the buildings that are on the flight lines, compounded sometimes by the non-enforcement of bylaws and the very challenging spatial settlements, which really, I think after this, all these issues must find an expression in one way or the other when the storm has settled. Because it cannot be that really you still find people who are building their houses on the flood lines and they are there. Hence, the magnitude of the effects of these disasters. So we have started a discussion even in the department to say, maybe this must be a wake-up call and a very painful one for that matter, where so many people had to perish. Those are the responses, Chairperson, which I felt may not have been covered. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Tubane. Of course, as I indicated, that this coming weekend will be on the ground in KZN, and that will give us ample time. And Honorable Mente, hopefully part of what you are raising, because we'll have to have all the relevant stakeholders engaging them, and will be practical in our engagement, unlike this platform now. And some of the issues, we will be able to get to the bottom of them once we're on the ground. That is why you'll remember, colleagues, that when we started, there was that need from almost all honorable members that the sooner we're on the ground, the better. And we agreed that let's start with this engagement, and then from there we'll get to the ground so that we are able to make our assessment and do our oversight and deal with all the term of references given to us by Parliament. And with that, allow me to say, Mr. Duarte, I hopefully when we get to KZN, the issues as raised by Honorable Mkhaliphi, we are going to have a way of them being attended to, because in this other committee, it's not a secret that we have got even people that are direct from KZN. Even before we can get to KZN, they've got practical experience and information from the ground. And today's session is not going to be exhaustive, as we'll be dealing with some of the issues this Wednesday, and of course getting to the ground, and it will take a different turn once we're on the ground. Not unless the Honorable President said it's something that is not in line with what I'm saying. I'll allow you. Honorable President.
Chairperson, yeah, I don't want to delay things. I just want to know what level of input are we as a committee going to have in the time on the ground? In other words, what areas we're going to visit, what we're going to focus on, that sort of thing. Is it just the staff that are going to decide what we do, or are we going to have input into that as a committee as to what our activity will be? Thank you.
We're in charge, it's our program. That is why Honorable President said, I'm indicating that we're fortunate, because not just a committee, we've got people that are from KZN, and it's always open to suggestion to enrich a program that will cover as much ground. And when I was engaging with my co-chair, there was even a view that say, if we go for the first time, when we are getting presentations, we're going to be in one side, but if we do the visits, if we want to cover much ground, are we going to be divided, or going to go as the entire group? But there are issues that are outside this platform that we can deal with that, but it's open for those suggestions. Honorable Lesom. It's a mistake. Honorable Lesom, okay. Allow me to take.
Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, I was saying that your suggestion, I think there's the route that probably before we even leave, not later than probably by end of tomorrow, let's get a draft program
so that it would not necessarily be able to cover all the areas, but at least there must be a balance in terms of the regions or municipalities and the areas as well.
Fortunately, we do have a group where and emails and numbers that will be done. That is why I'm emphasizing that it will be done outside this platform. Now, allow me, honorable members, to take this opportunity to thank Minister, already it's out, and the DG and the team, the provinces that participated in this very important session, and you, honorable members. We are having the next engagement on Wednesday, where we'll be having the Minister of Finance and the AG. With that, allow me to officially declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thanks, Chair. Can we please beg the indulgence of Mr. Dubane from the province? We've been requesting information from his officials, but nobody is assisting. And it's in connection with the upcoming oversight visit that we're embarking on from Thursday. So can we please get Mr. Tubane's contact details so that we can just get in touch with him?
Mr. Tuban.
Let me give you my details. Is 082 886 5451. The email address is tando.tubane@kzncogta.gov.za.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.